What is good? It's your boy Pat the Designer back at it again. Appreciate y'all for tuning in and showing love. As always, we got the NBA draft tonight. This is where the moment happens. This is where, the big moments, people's dreams are being realized. As the person I am, y'all know how I am in sports. Y'all know how I rock with the content that we put out and stuff like that. Like, bro, this is a night where people's dreams get to come true. And y'all know that I love every bit of that. I think that this is going to be an amazing night. Relentless Mikey in the building. What's going on, my guy? How you feeling, man? This is one where you got to be excited if you are a Chicago Bulls fan, because there's an opportunity tonight. There's an opportunity for you to go out there and get this thing right. Of course, here on the Chicago Bulls Breeze, we're more focused on the Bulls, and we're more focused on what the Bulls can accomplish here. But I mean, listen, it is a night to remember for so many young men. I am so excited to be able to watch this night. Usually I end up staying live throughout the entire night, so tap in with us because of that. Appreciate y'all for tuning in and showing love. If you have not done so, hit that like button, subscribe to the page, leave a 5-star review. Y'all know what to do. And of course, let us know who you want to see the Chicago Bulls draft tonight. There's a lot of options that the Bulls can go with tonight. And to me, I think you have to look at all of those options right now as viable pieces that can help you in the long run. I mean, if we're being honest about this, right? You guys know how I feel about Cedric Coward. That would be the guy that I would want the Chicago Bulls to go out there and get. We'll see if the Bulls do end up going out there and getting Cedric Coward, but you know that is the guy that I have zeroed in on as the main piece that could be a part of this thing and could really help this thing out. Shout out to Relentless Mikey over on the other chat. Shout out to Mikey Day in this mug, man. Taterhead in the building, Shay in the building, Robert Kranz in the building. What's going on to all the Bulls fans out there, man? Like I said, let me know what you guys want from this draft. I dropped the video talking about this on the channel, and I think this is the big thing that the Chicago Bulls need to come away with no matter what happens. The answer. I don't care what player you get. It can't be a Dalen Terry. And no disrespect to what Dalen has become. I think that Dalen has proven himself to be a really, really good NBA player. A good NBA player. He will always be someone who is in the league because of his energy, because of his defensive ability. He is going to be somebody you have to watch for, right? But I also think that development has not gone the way that you would have expected when you know Walker Kessler right now could be traded to the Lakers for some draft capital coming back, telling you that you have a pick right there that could be an answer. So to me, I think that's the big thing that the Bulls have to avoid coming into this draft. You can't be talking about coming out of this draft with a guy who is hope. And I think there's some names who do have big attractions to them that are hope. I'm not a big fan of Kaman Maluak. I know a lot of people like him out of Duke. They like his game. They like his ability. They like the size. My big thing with Kaman Maluak is I don't know why you're not getting into the 10 rebound category every night. I believe 7'2" with a 7'7" wingspan. You should have 10 plus rebounds every single night. Now, was that his role in college, or was there something else that he needed to do? He was utilized very heavily as a shot blocker. I think that's something that he could do that you really could hang your hat on at the NBA level. That's somebody you have to focus on and somebody you have to look at as possibly upside potential. For me, I love a guy like Thomas Sorber. I like the guy with the high floor, maybe a little bit lower ceiling, but you know he's going to be the answer. And to me, I think that's something that you have to prioritize if you're the Chicago Bulls coming into this draft. High floor, lower ceiling, but you're making it work because he fits in to clearly what your plan is, which is Josh Giddey, Kobe White, Modest Buzelis, unless we see a draft day trade, which would be insane if we saw a draft day trade. So, hey, man, appreciate you guys, like I said, for tuning in and showing love. Hit that like button if you have not done so. Let me know who you are looking to acquire through the draft. And also, make sure you got a bottle handy for yourself. This is by whoever ends up sponsoring the podcast in the long run. But we're going to be taking shots one of two ways. Either we're going to be taking shots of excitement or we're going to be taking shots of depression. And I can't tell you which one is going to be the answer in the long run. Shay said, get a high floor player, not a potential project. I agree with you, Shay. I think that makes the most sense. Peyton Sanford or Will Riley. or Zakai Zegler. Interesting names. Interesting names. I think those are probably more. Why is Ace Bailey on the stage? By the way, if you guys were wondering, I am watching this live on playback right now. That's why you see the stuff up here on the sides. Of course, tap in with us on playback if you have not done so. Playback is where you literally can watch the games and or like today, the draft right along with us, man. We appreciate you guys for showing love. Coward at 12 and trading back in to get Danny Wolf will make my night. Robert, listen, brother, you calm down. I need you to relax. You know what I'm saying? I need you to take a breath because I'd lose my mind if we got Cedric Coward and Danny Wolf trading back in. Oh, wait a minute. I'd be on the ground like when I came down. Ooh. Brazil popular in here said, can I get VIP? Yes, you can, brother. Yes, you can. Give me a second here. Boom. Bing, bang, boom, bop, bing, boom, bam. There you go, Brazil. Shout out to you for tuning in and rocking with us, brother. If you guys had VIP before and don't have it now, tap back in with me, chat. Let me know because I try to give them out every stream. Yeah, VIP. So if you are over here on the YouTube side and you want to watch, VIP allows me to give you the opportunity to go out there and actually watch whatever is happening on TV, or you could just sign in with your TV provider, especially for something like the draft. You could just sign in with your TV provider. Who else we got? Who else we got in here? Oh, but no. Shay said either Thomas Sorber or Cedric Coward. Okay, you rocking with Cedric Coward. Rod D said if we draft another guard, I'm about to crash out or break something. Listen, there is a table ready. You know what I mean? There is a table ready, just in case. Just in case. I've got a table ready. Shout out Jeremiah Fears, man. Jeremiah Fears from Chicagoland. Jeremiah Fears is somebody who, as a guard, I would be intrigued in the Chicago Bulls going out there and drafting because I think he would be very you're shifting your focus. I would think that would involve probably a Kobe White trade, but I think Jeremiah Fears is a dog. Also, he's from here, and I kind of watched the young man grow up, so shout out to him. I shouldn't say that. I didn't watch him grow up. We went to the same barbershop together, right? So like he showed up at different ages. I hate when mugs do that. I hate when mugs do that. Well, I basically watched that young man grow up. No, you didn't, bro. You saw him at places that were also places you were at. And that's one dude I hope we do not draft. Leave KJ right where he at. Leave KJ right where he at. Derek Queen and Hassan Yang with the second round pick. Derek Queen ain't gonna fall to the second round. Or are you saying Hassan Yang with the second round pick? Robert said Ace Bailey wearing Bulls red. He's got on Rutgers red. I saw him open up the jacket. Did y'all see that clip? There was a clip that happened where it was like let's see. It was like ESPN was like, we and here we have Cooper Flag. Can't wait to see. Oh, that's not Cooper Flag. It was Ace Bailey opening his jacket. I was like, bro, who told y'all that was Cooper Flag, bro? Who over there effing up already? Queen does not fit with this team. You change this team for Derek Queen. That's what it is. If you go Derek Queen, you're changing this team for Derek Queen. And what I mean by that is you have to fit to what his skill set is. You have to adjust how this team runs to what his skill set is, which to me would have been moving on from Kobe White. But we'll see what the Bulls end up doing. Like I said, this is going to be an interesting draft for the Bulls. I think the one thing that you have to look at with the Chicago Bulls right now is the fact that there doesn't seem to be a great plan in place. I would expect them probably to come away from this thing with a big man. I would think that is kind of where the Bulls likely end up going. But I think that there are some, again, like I said in the video earlier, bro, like just come away with an answer. I don't care if it's a two-way wing. I don't care if it's a center. I don't care. I'll be honest with you. I don't even care if it's a shooting guard, right? Come away with somebody that I can go, that dude does that and he's really good at it, and I don't have to worry about it. That's what I want to see. Shout out Will Riley. Shout out Will Riley from Illinois. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Hey, man, drop some C-Reds in the chat. Drop some C-Reds in the chat. Gio, what's going on, man? He said, finally made it to playback. Let me know if you need VIP, brother. Bouse in the building said, what's poppin', Pat? Who is going to be our pick? Did you see AK making any move? Do you see AK making any moves during the draft? I don't see AK making a single move during the draft. I think that he is going to be very, very much as vanilla as we've always seen him. Danny Wolf. Y'all know I love me some Danny Wolf. I think he's going to be very, very vanilla as we always see him. I think he's going to stick with his pick. I think he's going to select the pick. I think that the Chicago Bulls are going to pick at 12, and we're going to get up out of this draft today with one player, which is fine. There are players where having one player is going to be absolutely fine. It is just when you get into that AK moment where it's like, okay, well, who are you looking at? Well, we really like Noah Essingay or Essingu. Okay. You know what I mean? Not to say I can't see the upside there. Gio, I got you. Hold on, brother. Wow. Not to say I can't see the upside with you, with Noah Essingu, but I don't think you can take a chance on upside right now if you're AK. I don't. Now, granted, you're locked in for years here. You know what I mean? Like, he's not worried about his job or anything. But I just think that you can't take a chance with upside knowing that you want to continue to build with this young core. You have to have somebody that can contribute to this young core. If you're going Giddey, Kobe, Modest as your core three, you have to have somebody that accentuates that. And I think that could be a Cedric Howard if he's still there. I think that could be a Danny Wolf if he's still there. I think that could be a Thomas Sorber if he's still there. Dare I say even, and I know people aren't going to like this, and me and Jordan JC talked about this on today's episode of the Morning Breeze over on the Windy City Breeze. Make sure you're tapped in with us on both platforms right there. The big thing for me is that if you're going to sit here every night and slander Nikola Vucevic, then you can't be in the Derek Queen camp. Impossible. If you're going to sit here every single night, excuse me, and slander Nikola Vucevic, you can't be in the Derek Queen camp. You mean the dude who the athleticism has major questions and his dominant game is with his back to the basket? And by the way, he's got a heck of a hook shot and a float game. Nice low fadeaway. Also has a nice little mid-range pull-up and is working on the three ball, but struggles with his athleticism, his switchability, and on the defensive end. That's Vooch. I get it. Like the skin colors throw people off and they always want to compare the dudes that are the same skin color, but like that's Vooch. You can't sit here and be a fan of Derek Queen and then sit there and say, Nikola Vucevic is the worst thing I've ever seen since sliced bread. No. And the mugs that do that, I just be like, oh, okay, you name watching. You name while you saw Derek Queen hit the little one-legged fadeaway joint, and you was like, I bet. Let's see what we got over here on the playback side. Shout out to you guys on the YouTube side. If you haven't done so, hit that like button. Shout out to you guys over on the playback side as well. We got 5 in here on the playback side right now. Brazil Popular said, was comparing the C's in Tankathon and surprisingly Queen's defensive rating. Oh, Sinners. Okay, I thought you meant the Celtics. Queen's defensive rating is better than Sorber's, Asa Wolf's, and Behringer. Yeah, but I think the thing is, right, Derek Queen was also on a better defensive team. For me, when you talk about guys like Thomas Sorber or you talk about guys like Danny Wolf, I don't think that Danny Wolf's a great defender. I think that Danny Wolf is a very active defender. I think he's a better offensive player than he is a defensive player, but he gives a ton of effort on the defensive end. I think that when you look at guys like a Thomas Sorber a lot of times was left on an island, right? It was like, hey, Sorber, you got it. I ain't worried about what's going on down there because we got Thomas, right? I think that you could say that same thing a little bit with Asa, but Asa kind of was in more of a team dynamic. Derek Queen is, listen, he's fine. My point is not to say if we leave this draft with Derek Queen, we are in the worst situation. Derek Queen is a fine player. And I think that he will end up being a solid player at the NBA level. My thing with Derek Queen is the Bulls fans who are out here screaming about how the Bulls have to go get Derek Queen are also the same ones who are screaming about getting Nikola Vucevic off my team. I don't mind you going and getting Derek Queen. I think there's other players better. I think best player you can get out of all of this is Cedric Howard. Maybe that's just me. I think the best player that you can get at the 12 spot, if he is there, is Cedric Howard. But, we'll see what AK's evaluation did. Let me ask y'all this in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat who's out here rocking with us right now. Shout out to you guys over on the playback side who are rocking with us in that chat as well. Where's your confidence level right now in AK 1 through 10? I'm sitting at a strong 3 right now. But I do think you have to take this into account. The second half of the season, we saw what you saw from Josh Giddey. Do you feel good about that? What you saw from Modest Buzelis, do you feel good about that? If you feel good about that, I think that you may need to have that number a little bit higher because those are hits in some people's books. For me, I just got to see it again. I need to see it at the beginning of the season. You show me that level of play in December, January, February, okay. You show me that play in March. You show me that play going into April. I got questions. I watched a lot of dudes have a hot February, March. Relentless Mikey said a hard 3.2. There's a lot of people. Never mind. That was about to be a wild joke. Mikey, shout out to you. Ja React said 4. Planters said 0. Ant the big homie said -4. St. Louis 343 said 4. Wootage 84 said -2. Drew Better, if you knew better, said -100. He don't believe in him at all. Shout out to Drew in the building, man. Bouse said 0. He went with a solid 0. Gio said I would be at a 3, close to 2, also because the P. Will signing and then also the trades where we don't get picks, as well as we've seen other trades get more for less. Facts. Are Mugs fake booing Adam Silver right now? Bro? Y'all know we love Adam. Mugs want to hate Adam Silver and you can't. Draft Howard and get a big man in free agency. Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. Bet not nobody help out OKC tonight. OKC better be trading a player if you letting them move up. And I'm talking about a real player if you letting them move up to the top 10 in the draft. Y'all bet not help out OKC tonight. Adam Silver is Caillou all grown up. Nah, Caillou wouldn't have done that good. All right, bro. Let's get to the part where we draft Cooper Flag here. Whoever the Chicago Bulls draft. We ain't worried about Cooper Flag. Let's go on down to Dallas. Bro, my man's look like old boy from what that show is. Who was that they just put the camera on that was looking like old boy from what's the one show where Buddy was like bodies? Here we go. Are we really doing the 5 minutes, bro? Are we really doing the 5 minutes for the Dallas man? I wonder if they did it like Caleb too. Soda P said, don't Brooklyn got like 5 picks, bro? Brooklyn has so many picks, bro. I wonder that's a big storyline tonight as well. I truly wonder what is going to be the conversation around the draft selections for Brooklyn. Do you go out? Remember the Bulls had when we drafted Tyson Chandler, didn't we have 3 draft picks in that draft? I wonder if Brooklyn does do a hold on, Tyson Chandler draft. I wonder if Brooklyn does do a what's it called? Like a we're going to rebuild this entire team through young players and we're going to add veterans on the bench. So Kwame went first. Tyson Chandler went 2 to the Clippers. Traded to Chicago. Okay, I was about to say, hold on now. Eddie Curry went 4 to the Bulls. So we drafted both of them. I thought we had one more. I might be tripping on that. Am I tripping on that? Boom, 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 boom. Trenton Hassel. We had one in the second round. Okay, so I was tripping on that. I thought we had 3 first-round picks that year. Yeah, listen, that Cooper flag. Let's get this over with, bro. What are we doing right now? Why are we sitting here waiting on it? Cooper flag. Like, hey, what if they pulled the old Dwapi? What if they end up pulling the old Dwapi and went another direction? They not gonna. Noah Essengay. Dang it. Hey, Nico will get ran out of that city if he don't draft Cooper flag, bro. Why didn't he have the card to say who it was? We had to wait 5 minutes. Listen, here's the thing. Let me give you some draft breakdown on Cooper flag, because I go through most of the players who are available in the draft. I can't guarantee that I'm gonna have all of them, but I try to go through most of them who are going to be available, and I break it down. The thing about Cooper flag is you're talking about somebody who I think is an elite defender. He was dominant at disrupting passing lanes. Even I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of the job that we expected from Kaman Maluwak, Cooper flag was really the one that was handling that. The basketball IQ is absolutely through the roof. I think he excels in rebounding as well. To me, Cooper flag is going to be one of those guys who can take it off of the rim, take off, and create something down on the other end. He is that guy in this draft. And to me, this may be high praise, and especially after we've seen, but I think that he will rival what we've seen out of Wemby. Wemby is crazy because he's 7'3" and all of the things that he can do at that size. I think he will rival some of the craziness we've seen out of Wemby. I think he brings good basketball back to the Dallas Mavericks, who lost this. The one thing I will say, though, as much as we talk about Cooper flag with this offense, the consistency on his jump shot from the perimeter is not there. That could be an issue for him at the NBA level, especially if teams decide we're going to play, or we're going to play back. We're going to take away, that option down low. You're going to have to shoot those threes. Now, that's something that I think he can improve upon moving forward. One thing I will say as well, sometimes when he's trying to be on the break and make a pass, turnover issues could be a problem for him. Overall, I think that he is the number 1 pick in this draft because he does have the highest ceiling, and I think that he is a monster of a player. But there are some imperfections that could get exploited at the NBA level that might cause him a little bit of trouble early on in his career. I think he's able to overcome that. To me, Cooper flag is a player that you cannot sit there and overlook. He's I don't know if in his rookie year it's going to be as high as some people expected to be, but I do think that he's going to be a really good player for years to come that we're going to watch. And for Bulls fans, is he going to be better than Modest? Probably, but we'll see. Modest has a year on him, and Modest has kind of figured out his game a little bit. So maybe we see we see that go a little tit for tat. Is Wemby your comp for Coop? No, come on, dog. My bad, dog. My bad, Mikey. I thought you had this already. Oh, I got you. No, dog. My comp for Cooper flag is not Wemby. A Cooper flag comp. I don't know. Because it's like, I don't want to sit here and compare him to like the greats of the greats. I would say this is going to be weird, right? This is going to be a weird mix. I would go offensively, athletically, and stuff like that. I would say he's kind of a Cade Cunningham, athleticism, offensive ability, and all that. He can do everything. I don't know who I would give him defensively. I mean, maybe Cade defensively too. Thank you for getting this out the way. Cooper flag has been drafted, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. We didn't know. We didn't know. Did you know? I didn't know. I'm trying to figure out who's a good comp for him. I don't even know. Like, his defensive ability is what separates him to me so much. He's so good on both ends. I don't think he's Larry Bird. I don't think he's Larry Bird. That let's not just compare people because they're white. Sounds crazy, but Jabari Parker maybe with Jabari Parker offensively with give me a Bobby Portis tenacity defensively. And I think that might be Cooper Flagg. Was that a crazy comp? That might be a crazy comp. Mikey said, I am so shocked. I'm not. Bro, what is going on? I look like I'm doing cocaine, how much I'm rubbing my nose. I need to let me blow my nose. All right. Interesting comp. Bro, I like Cooper. Cooper's a hooper. Shut up. I don't really know what's a good comp to give him. You know what I'm saying? Like, Adam Silver just has no presence. I don't need him to have a presence. I need him to make the league better. What if Ace falls? Listen, if Ace Bailey falls, ooh, a brave cowboy, Kevin Garnett. I don't think he's as back to the basket as KG was, but that's not a terrible comp on the face up. ESPN just compared him to Kawhi. Yeah, that's crazy. Is that? Nah, that's crazy to me because Kawhi to me is a mid-range assassin. I think Cooper is more at the rim. Kevin Garnett's an interesting one. To Gio's point, he said, what if Ace Bailey falls? If Ace Bailey falls, the Bulls are probably drafted. You know what I mean? Like, I think if Ace Bailey falls into that range, if Ace Bailey or Kaman Maluak fall, I think the Bulls are drafting him. I do. I think that's a direction that they want to go. I think Ace Bailey. Listen, what I agree with Jeff Teague. I don't know if y'all saw this today. What he did in the draft is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. His agent basically told him, "Don't worry about where you get selected, even though it's costing him M's. Go play ball. You better be healthy." For the move he's trying to do, tanking his draft stock, you better be healthy. And I'm not saying I want him to get hurt or nothing. It's none of that. I hope he makes all the money in the world. I hope he balls out. I hope he's dominant. But that is not a good play. That was not a good play. More athletic Pau Gasol. See, when I do stuff like that, though, I feel like we're just trying to. No, he's better. He should be. I'm not going to say he is. Pau Gasol's a Hall of Famer. He should be better than Pau Gasol. Second youngest player drafted number 1 overall, just a few days behind LeBron James. He probably has a guarantee. You can have a guarantee all you want. I'm telling you this right now. That's a dangerous game to play. Shout out to Monica McNutt out here. Bro, your dog is doing some crazy stuff with that toy in the background. Oh, no, that's Coda with his bone. hey, Drew had to send me a message on the side. Now that's Coda with his bone, bro. You get what you get. Comparing players is the laziest thing in sports. I despise it so much. I mean, what are you gonna do? I don't think it's lazy. I mean, you're trying to say, who does this guy play like? It's not a lazy comparison to say Kobe Bryant plays like Michael Jordan. Like, you can watch them and they play well, or they play similarly. Now's where the draft gets interesting. They had a jersey ready. Oh my God. How did they know who they were going to select? Gio said, I despise paying my bills, but hey, every month they be coming. It's lazy if you say everyone plays like MJ. Yeah, you got to have everybody don't play the same. And some people don't play like other people. Like, I think that's the thing. Like, some people, like a Cooper Flag comp to me is very difficult because he plays well on both ends. He plays elite on the offensive end. He plays extremely well on the defensive end. But it's more of a face-up game. So a lot of the people that I could compare him to, especially with his size, played before it was just a face-up game. But when you talk about Kevin Garnett, when the league became a little bit more face-up, I can see that comp making sense. Nova said his agent definitely sent them off. Yeah, that was crazy to me, bro. A taller Captain Kirk is nuts. Spurs selection is in, ladies and gentlemen. Dylan Harper. I think we knew that was coming too. Dylan Harper coming out of Rutgers. Let me pull up my notes on Dylan Harper here. I think for me with Dylan Harper, when you look at his game, I mean, offensive skill set, somebody who can score at will. I think that the conversation on him, especially as potential at the NBA level, I think you're talking about a multi-dimensional guard. I think he's a two-way player. He's dominant as a scorer. I love him as a defender. I think he has some really good playmaking ability as well. And I think to me, if you're talking about a two-way player that maybe could comp his game, I would almost give you I think he could have D-book upside on the offensive end. I think he's one of those kind of scorers. With a little bit of Tyrese Halliburton playmaking ability. And I think that that's something that the Spurs really, really were looking for last season with bringing Chris Paul in. Of course, it didn't work. I think that this is going to be a pick that works out for the team, though, because now you're talking about the long run of this thing. Of course, you ended up adding why is the guard from Sacramento's name escaping? De'Aaron Fox. Shout out to Brazil. You end up adding De'Aaron Fox to that team. De'Aaron Fox a scorer. De'Aaron Fox goes at you. He wants to put up buckets. To me, I think Dylan Harper kind of facilitates the game a little bit more. And I think that, listen, it puts you in a great position with De'Aaron Fox. Could you move on from him, especially from an injury? Could that be somebody that you trade for? Or could you hold on to him, find a way to make those guys coexist? Dylan Harper running things, especially with his pick and roll ability. I think that him and Wemby together is going to be a problem. I also think you have to have a conversation about him and De'Aaron Fox and how they could play off each other. Does De'Aaron Fox finally become a guard? A little bit smaller backcourt, a little bit of a smaller backcourt, but I'm not mad at it. To me, I think that that's something that would be very intriguing to see, and I can't wait to see how that's going to play out on the court. That's going to be one we watching entirely. I think Dylan Harper probably goes number one at any point if Cooper Flag is not I think Dylan Harper probably goes number one in the last 4 or 5 drafts. If Cooper Flag is not the number one right now, like he is a great talent on this team, and it's very exciting to see him get selected here. What about a more athletic Elton Brand? You talk about for Cooper? Nah, I don't see that for Cooper. Christopher Felton said, "Hey y'all, tuning in from Australia, hoping for Cedric Coward." Chris, shout out to you, my guy. Shout out to Josh Giddey as well, and hoping for Cedric Coward. You know what's going on here, man. This is a Coward watch party. I'm gonna be sick if somebody drafts Cedric Coward before the Bulls are there, and I'm gonna be sick if we don't draft this young man. The mindset is so great for me. They have Stephon Castle too as well. I think Fox is the odd man out. Say Shy City. Yeah, listen, there's a lot where you can go young here. I think De'Aaron Fox could be a trade piece for you. I think this really opens things up ahead of Wemby. And you know what? You're right. You're right, Swaggy. That's true. I didn't think about Wemby being in there. You're right. That's 100%. That's 100%. I tweaked on that one. Hey, what did he have on, bro? I didn't see it. Somebody, Luke Ellis said he had talked to Ron Harper. Everybody said shout out to Ron Harper. I didn't even peep what he had on, bro. Dang, I didn't peep what he had on. Somebody was like, wait till, or Luke Ellis was like, wait till I see wait till they see what I got on at the draft. Dang, I didn't peep it. Wimby or Ant-Man? Give me Ant. Ant mindset is crazy. Give me Ant. Hi, baby. What you doing? Don't fall over my shoe. It's silly, Billy. Ooh. Little mama in the building. Little mama in the building. How you doing, baby? You good? Did you go swimming? Yeah. Did you have fun? You didn't have fun?
I didn't go. Yeah, I did. I had.
You had fun? You didn't go swimming. What'd you go to? The splash park? Yeah. Oh, okay. Was it fun? Yeah, that's cool. Ryan wearing black on black. I gotta see. Somebody gonna get a picture of it. This is now where the games begin. Facts, Gio. Listen, this is where I think it changes completely. This is where I think the game changes completely. Philly could throw everything off here if they don't go Ace Bailey. Pick it up, baby. It is a little stuck, ain't it? That's all right. I don't know. Ooh, it's a lot stuck. Is Philly gonna go Ace or VJ Edgecomb over Ace Bailey, bro? There you go. You're welcome. Don't put it down. Is Philly gonna go VJ Edgecomb over Ace Bailey? I would be stunned if Philly does actually like throw if they just go we're out. If they just go we're out. Like Ace Bailey. Now I get it, not wanting to go there, and I think that's kind of Ace's play. I would call his bluff. I'd be like, okay, you don't want to go there. What, you don't want to be in the NBA? You know the talent. You watch the tape. Here's my thing that always kills me. Don't let a workout change what you watched on a basketball court. Now, a workout to me, I think is the mental part of it, right? Okay, I'm gonna try and break you through this workout and see where your mental fortitude is. But this young man got so much talent. Ace Bailey has so much talent. Let's see what we got. The pick is in, baby. Make sure it say the pick is in. Let's see what they do. Third pick in the draft. 76ers select. They went Edgecomb. Woo! Wow. So it did make that much of a difference. Wow. Shout out to VJ Edgecomb. You knew he was going 3 or 4 at any point. Now the question is, does he get past Charlotte? I mean, VJ Edgecomb is a dog. I mean, I thought he was very interesting at Baylor. He is somebody who I think went a little higher in the draft maybe than I expected. I thought he would be around that 6 to 10 range. But now at number 3, I think that, listen, you're still getting a really good player. When you're talking about athleticism and explosiveness, that is what makes this guy that guy. Defensive versatility as well. To me, he's a high motor player. And you can never go wrong with a high motor player, especially when blitzing on pick and rolls and stuff like that. He has potential to be a dominant two-way at this next level. I think the one thing for me that you have to talk about is his rebounding and transition play off of the board. I get the ball out, I'm running down the court. He's somebody who can get the ball on the other end off of the board and finish the layup or dunk that thing down. I think that also the work ethic really plays in for VJ Edgecomb, and that's been shown a lot. When you talk about stats, 15 points, 5.6 rebounds per game, 3.2 assists per game, very well-rounded player. Field goal percentage a little bit lower than maybe you'd like at 43%, but does bring you some of that three-point versatility. And when you talk about playmaking and decision-making, I think that that's kind of where some of the question marks do come in. The other thing that I will say is his offensive game is a work in progress. The three ball, I told you, 34%. That's something where he does have it, but is he going to have it at an elite enough level for Philly here? To me, I think this is not a terrible spot for VJ Edgecomb to go. I thought that it's maybe a little bit higher than where we thought VJ Edgecomb may go. But when you're talking about a player who's 6'5", 6'6", standing with about a 6'8", 6'9" wingspan, I think that's something with his athleticism. That's something you really, really could be interested in. And so we'll see what ends up happening for Philly. Shout out to him, man. I think that him and Tyrese Maxey are going to be a pair together. Who knows what the heck Joel Embiid is at this point? I think that that conversation is kind of done. But VJ Edgecomb, do we see the slide now? This is what we had talked about, and this is something we had watched for per some of our sources. You know what I mean? That we have over on Locked On Bulls and stuff like that. We had heard that the slide could begin if VJ Edgecomb ended up going before Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey, immense amount of talent, but could you see a slide that goes a little bit further than just 4, 5, or 6? I think that could come into play. We'll see what ends up happening. Shout out to moms seeing her son's dream accomplished, man. I love it. I love it. Do the Bulls trade up? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, this was the storyline around the Bulls, though. Remember that. This was the storyline around the Bulls, that the Chicago Bulls may trade up if VJ Edgecomb went before Ace Bailey, right? So this was kind of the conversation that a lot of people were having. This was the conversation that a lot of people were looking into, where it was like, hey, this young man may end up falling. If you want to go after the player who has an immense amount of talent, he is the guy on the board. And I do agree with that. But he also, if I'm not mistaken, and per what we've heard, he didn't work out with the Bulls. So there's a lot of question marks around trading up to go get a guy who didn't work out with you. There's a lot of question marks around trading up and giving up draft capital and giving up pieces to go get a guy who didn't make an impact here. Now, it depends on what it costs you too, right? If we're talking about Vooch, P. Will, and a pick, boom, let's do it. If we're talking about the possibility of Kobe White going up to get him, that's where I have some concerns. That's where I have some question marks. Would you give up Kobe and 12 for Ace? I would give up Kobe and 12. I don't know if that gets it done for Ace. That's the problem. I don't know if that gets it done for Ace. Now, we do have this developing right now. The Bulls are looking to trade Lonzo Ball and Kobe White before they make their number 12 pick tonight, per Joe Cowley. That'll be very interesting to see if that ends up playing out here. This just came out about 6 minutes ago. So it'll be very interesting to see if the Bulls do end up packaging some kind of package that ends up being Lonzo Ball and Kobe White to go up and try and get, maybe it is Ace Bailey. Who knows who it is? It could also be Kaman Maluak, who the Bulls have been rumored to want to go after as well. Sign and trade Giddey, maybe. Maybe. I doubt it. I highly doubt that, because the problem with a sign and trade with Giddey is there's not a lot. There's almost no teams that have the money to go after and add Josh Giddey. There's almost no teams to go out and add Josh Giddey. Let me tap in over here. What's good? He's used to his NIL money to fund scholarships in the Bahamas. Oh, he used his NIL money to fund scholarships in the Bahamas. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love it. Watch Charlotte get Con Knuppel. Yeah, he could be somebody who could go after Charlotte. Kobe, P. Will, Zoe plus 12, maybe. To go after who? To go after Ace? I like Ace. I don't know. I like Ace, but like, I mean, if you moving off of the contracts, I feel good about it. I don't think. First off, I don't think it's possible to move off of the contracts just for the pick. Swaggy McNolig said, "Where's Hayes?" I would assume Hayes is live on Chicago Bulls Central, if I'm not mistaken. Me and Hayes will both be live on Locked On Bulls after the draft. So tune in with us over there. Remember, trades can happen a lot after the pick is made in the NBA. That is facts. All right, let's see this. We got the pick in. Charlotte pick coming in now. The pick is in. Washington, I think, gets Ace, make it his team, and can take most shots. Bro, that is what it sounds like he want to do, bro. It sounds like he want to go to a team where he can just chuck the basketball. I'm not going to lie. It throws me off with that, but it really sounds like he just wants to go to a team where I can just throw this mug up and call it a day. Which, if that's what you want to do, have fun, my boy. Because we trying to play good basketball here, and I don't care what nobody say. That ain't good basketball. I don't care what player you are. You got to think about it, right? Michael Jordan basically just got to throw up the basketball, and he still didn't get past the second round for years. You know what I mean? Like, you want to go be a chucker on a team? Go ahead, be a chucker. I don't need you to be a chucker here. Spaz out said, I'll trade AK for Ace Bailey immediately. That'd be interesting. A GM trade is nuts. A president of basketball trade is nuts. Yes, baby. Because I just got him sitting up there, baby. But daddy is doing a show right now, baby. Because they got Magnus on him, baby. Fourth pick in the NBA draft. Wow. So the Hornets go Con Knipple. Oh, is the ace slide on? Is the ace slide on? Wow. I'm a little shocked that Charlotte didn't go with Ace Bailey here. I mean, Con Knipple, 6'7", probably a small forward on that team. I mean, the shooting is lights out. He's a dominant shooter. Shot 40% from three in college, shot 91% from the free throw line. Very quick release. He is somebody where the ball gets in his hands, it's going up. That's going to be very good paired with LaMelo Ball. He's got really good basketball IQ. I think the weakness on him is the defensive ability at all. I don't think he's a defender, but I guess Charlotte probably not trying to do a lot of defense on that team. It's kind of just funnel everybody to Mark Williams and let that happen. I think the athleticism may be a little bit of a struggle for him at the NBA level. If you're talking about the fourth pick in the draft, you're starting my boy. The shooting is elite. That's the one thing you can say. He's probably the best shooter in the draft. But I'm a little shocked by this. I'm a little shocked by that. So who's up now? You got Utah at 5. You got Washington at 6. Does Ace make it past Utah and Washington? Brazil said Con at the 2, Miller at the 3. Con's active on defense, better than Giddey and Kobe probably. I don't know about that. I think active on he reminds me kind of a Danny Wolf type of defender, right? Does a lot of work, does a lot of this, right? Does a lot of hands. Gets beat a lot. On the defensive end. To me, I think of him now maybe Giddey. Giddey's not a bad take there, Brazil. But I would think that you're probably talking about him as I can't even say it nicely. A weak defender on Charlotte. You're probably talking about him as a weak defender on Charlotte. Boy, they do look like the Brady Bunch out here, boy. He must look like this. Hey, hold on. How tall is the youngest boy? Khan is 6. If I'm not mistaken, do I have Khan's height wrong? Let me Google this. Look at that kid. Look at the kid standing next to him. Khan Knuppel is 6'7". His little brother has to be 6'1" right now. The youngest boy has to be 6'1" right now. Bro, look at the baby boy. Who's the kid on the right? He's taller than Khan. Bro, who is this kid on the right? That has to be. Do they have rings on? Do these kids have rings on? The Flying Knuppel brothers. I'm not calling them Knipples, bro. Oh, these mugs is hooping like they playing 5. Why is this video so terrible though? Mommy calling. Why is this video so terrible? Why was that recorded on a camcorder? These kids were all born in the 2000s. Bro, that was nuts. That was nuts. That kid looks 15, but he looks like he's 6'9". Oh, we finna get a full NBA of the Knipples. Say Shy City said this is 80s tape. Bro, that tape looked like it was straight off a camcorder. What was they dad recording off of? What kind of government phone was he using? That was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Let's see what this team ended up doing. The Utah Jazz are an interesting team because we know they wanted to make a trade for Jaylen Brown before. It seems like there's not going to be a Jaylen Brown. I say that as a 5'9" older brother with a 6'3" younger brother. Oh no, but my younger brother taller than me. I'm 6. He got to be 6'2". We fought our mama height with the best of us. Don Walls or Denal. He said it was recorded with a blueberry. I would think Trey Johnson is probably somebody that the Jazz could take here. I would also think Jeremiah Fears is in this conversation. I would also think Ace Bailey is in this conversation. He looks stressed. He looked like he is really thinking about the decision that he just made. He looked like he is really thinking about the decision he just made. Gino, didn't he? Ace looked crazy, bro. He looked like he was like, did I just F up? Yeah, bro. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You did just F up. Bro, I swear for Lord. I just seen this pop up. It said Illinois guard Kasparis Yakachonis has reportedly been gaining momentum with. Bro, I swear for Lord, if we draft KJ, oh my God, if we draft KJ, I'm gonna lose my mind. If we draft KJ, I'm gonna lose my mind, bro. If we draft KJ, I'm gonna lose my mind, bro. But the 5th pick. Ace Bailey went 5. Okay, he went 5. He went 5. Okay, yeah. We got good GM going on. We got a good GM going on. Ace Bailey going 5. I mean, listen, we all know what Ace Bailey is. I think when you look at it on both ends of the floor, a really good player. I think that Ace Bailey. I thought he might fall farther. I thought he might fall a little farther. Let me get my notes up here on Ace Bailey. My internet moving a little slow for some reason right now. Okay, here we go. Listen, we know what Ace is. Offensively, defensively, I think the defense is still a work in progress. But he's a freshman, young boy, young player, pure athlete. Pure athlete. 7-foot wingspan. You're talking about a dominant scorer. You're talking about somebody who brings you scoring versatility, not just from the mid range. He's also got it from the 3-point line. He also is able to finish at the rim. I think that that's something that you have to hang your hat on right now. When you talk about from the 3-point line, 34%, but you saw that 3-point percentage continue to grow as the season went on with Ace Bailey. From the field overall, you're talking about 46%. The biggest question on him shooting the basketball truly is just from the free throw line, and that could be something that either does come or doesn't. I think efficiency concerns sometimes are a concern with him. Listen, he went to a team he wanted to go to. He's a chucker. He wants to chuck that basketball up into the air. I think the question mark around him being committed to a program, you're not going to have that problem in Utah. I do think he's going to be very interesting in Utah, though, and we'll see how that ends up working out for him. It also depends on what team Utah tries the field. Are you keeping Larry Markkinen? Are you keeping Walker Kessler? Are you keeping these pieces that would help Ace Bailey to go out there and be the player that you really want to see? I don't know. You know what I mean? That I don't know what this Utah team is going to be, but Ace Bailey's going to get every opportunity he wants to put that ball in the air, and we'll see what ends up happening in the long run. But I do like Ace Bailey for the Utah Jazz. I like Ace Bailey on any team that he's able to go out there and shoot the ball. But we'll see what ends up happening in the long run here. The athleticism is also something that probably is the most talked about thing with them. Ace Bailey can go up. So let's see what he says here. Oh, Amen. He's a chucker. Hey, he talking a little too much trash about going out there and hooping against Giannis. Can the Bulls organization offer something to the Jazz for Ace? Thoughts? Nah. We not trading nothing for Ace, bro. Ace is gone. It's over. It's okay. Shout out to Ace Bedazzled Blazer that he's rocking. Tanner over here on the playback side. Shout out to Tanner. Hey, listen. Reminds me of Brandon Miller. Not a bad comp there, Soda P. I'm with you on that one. He kind of got a little Brandon Miller vibes to him. Shout out to Ace Bedazzled Blazer, bro. The Blazer was fresh. The Blazer was fresh. Taterhead, Bulls, please, bro. Bro, don't even put Yakachona's name in this chat, bro. Bro, I'm an Illinois fan. I'm diehard. Yakachona's trash. He's trash, bro. Don't look at them averages. Go look at the game by games. Go look at the games where he needed to show up. Go look at the moments that you needed him. Go look at all of the moments where you needed him to be the player that he's supposed to be. Go look at all the times he shied away. Go look at all the times he made dumb IQ decisions. Like, nah, bro. Like, if the Bulls go get Yakachonas, bro, I'm going to be so pissed. I'm going to support him. He's a Bull. You got my jersey on. I'm rocking with you. But I'm going to tell you that right now, boy. We come out of this with Yakachonas, bro. Oh, my God. Taterhead, and what do you call Patrick Wood? Trash. Like, trash. Like, that's what we call him. Let this sink in. Brooklyn has 5 first-round picks in the draft. We talked about that, bro. Facts. And just for that, we drafted them. Bro, we might, bro. We might. And it's going to piss me off. I'll pray I'm wrong. But I watched this young man in Illinois. Bro, when you talk about shied away in any moment I needed you to, you couldn't even talk about him being a number one. Hey, Tanner, you right, though. You is right, though. We are over 100 in a chat. 100. Dan, shout out Dan Tanner over on the playback side, too. He in both chats. He said, CMB. Nah, we don't want him either. P. Kid said, the more trash Pat talks, the higher the chances. Don't you got a meeting to be at, brother? How about you focus on God? How about you focus on God, bro? How y'all feeling about the new Fantastic Four movie coming out? I I'm always excited about anything Pedro Pascal, but I know I'm gonna hate one person in the film, and I feel like it's gonna be Johnny Blaze. Relentless Mikey said, "Take a walk with the Lord, my guy." I didn't tell him that, Mikey. I didn't tell him that. Derek Queen 12 to the Bulls. Could be. I wouldn't be mad at Derek Queen 12. I wouldn't be excited. I wouldn't be hype, but I wouldn't be mad at Derek Queen 12. Gino Hall said, "Big man, I want Newell." Newell could be interesting. I think Asa Newell does bring a good skill set to the table. I think that there's I'm not gonna say better because I guess you don't know in the draft, but I think there's stuff there are players I'm more confident in the draft. But I do like the fact, I mean, Asa Newell 6'11, 220 pounds. He's played against some top competition. Y'all know what the SEC is kind of becoming. I think that the defensive impact is high. The one thing I do love about Asa Newell is kid never stops moving. Never stops moving. I think that Asa Newell is a solid center to come away with in the draft, especially when you talk about some of the versatility that he has, and you talk about him being able to block shots the way he does and get a hand in there. I do think I would rather go with some other pieces over Asa Newell, but that could be my personal bias. It don't mean I think Asa Newell is going to be a bad player. Again, I think there's a bunch of players that could be really good in here. If we come away with Cedric Howard, we come away with Thomas Sorber, we come away with, now I ain't gonna lie to you. If we take anybody over Cedric Howard, I'm gonna be a little upset. But if we come away with Cedric Howard, we come away with Sorber, we come away with Asa Newell, we come away with Derek Queen, I'm not gonna be mad. I'm gonna be like, okay, I think that in my opinion, there was a player that was better there, but maybe there's something available for you. Washington selecting 6th right now. Who we got? Trey Johnson going to Washington. A lot of guards on that team. A lot of guards on that team. Shout out Trey Johnson. I don't know how he fits on Washington, but Washington needs something. Washington needs a piece, and maybe Trey Johnson could be that. I am surprised Jeremiah Fears has fallen this far. I am surprised that Jeremiah Fears has fallen this far. Who's your 3 guys you would hope to be at 12 as Spaz? Cedric Howard, Thomas Sorber. I think Danny Wolf will be there, no issue, and that would be high. But Danny Wolf is somebody I'm high on. I would probably say Asa Newell is that number 3 guy on there. The Wizards really look horrible this season. The Wizards aren't a good organization. Like, they got a bunch of picks, but like, cool. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I did say Maluak as well. Here's my thing. When I said Maluak on Locked On Bulls this morning, it was more because I expect Maluak to be a very Bulls pick. You know what I mean? Like, I think Maluak is a very Bulls pick. 18 years old, hasn't been playing ball that long. High upside, maybe a little bit lower of a floor, maybe just a solid big in the league. But like, I think that's a very AK pick. I don't expect the Bulls to actually draft Cedric Howard, by the way. I hope they do. I don't expect it. The Bulls haven't lived up to my expectations in years, bro. Boss says, if slow, my guy, our pick. You're gonna need it. Maybe a flip table. The table is right here. There may be a flip table. There may be a table thrown across this room. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Gio said, are we in our trust the process phase? No, because I don't trust the process, and there's no reason to trust the process. By the way, 99 people in here, 52 likes. Appreciate y'all for hitting the like button. The 52 of you that did. For the 47 of you, I feel like that was really bad math. That's terrible. That's why I do this. For the 40 plus of you that didn't hit that like button, hit that like button. I hit a like, then came to playback. Shout out to you, my guy. Shout out to you rocking with us like that, my boy. Oh, wait, that was really good math. I just put it in the calculator. That's sad. I can do it in my brain, and I still didn't trust it. Shout out to y'all, all of y'all over here on the playback side as well, man. We got up in here the Tune OG, Gio, N23, Brazil, Dantana, Sharif, Relentless Mikey, Soda P. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all rocking with your boy, man. Haming Forzin, Pat finna go viral again, bro. Don't tell me that, bro. No, I want to go viral for being excited. I just want to go viral for being excited for once. I haven't gone viral for being excited in years, bro. I want to go viral for being excited about my Chicago sports teams. I don't want to go viral for losing my mind. I want to go viral for being excited about my teams in the city. Since the Justin Fields pick, bro. I haven't gone viral for being excited since the Justin Fields pick, bro. Relentless said this platform is dope. They need to expand it for football and hockey. I think it is available for hockey. I don't think it's available for football, but I know it's available for baseball. We're going to start doing some baseball games over here too. If y'all just want to pull up and watch the game with us, man. New Orleans on the clock right now. New Orleans is interesting now. New Orleans is an interesting pick now because top 7 pick, you're looking to go get somebody who's going to make an immediate impact on your team. Do you feel like that guy's still on the board? I do. Would you trade up a couple spots for Coward? 100%. I would trade up to 7 right now for Cedric Coward. 100%. 100%. 100%. I think Cedric Coward is going to be one of the top 2 players in this draft. The only one to me that I think could be higher than Cedric Coward is Cooper Flagg, and I know that's bullish on my part, but I'm big on Cedric Coward, very big on Cedric Coward. Shout out to I know I'm gonna butcher your first name, bro. Is it Wow? Or is it Yao? Is it Yao Ferreira? Said it's hard to be a Bulls fan in Portugal. It's 2 a.m. Is it Yao Ferreira? Let me know if I said that right. Or give me a phonetic breakdown of it. Brazil said either Maluak or Fears. I wouldn't be mad at Fears. I really like Jeremiah Fears, bro. I know it's a guard. I know it don't make sense, but that's a personal you did. If I had somebody in the city that I know that I could root for, that'd be cool to say. Apparently, the Suns are trying to get active, fit for Vooch or Zoe. The Suns would be a great fit for Zoe. I don't know about Vooch. If the Raptors land Maluak, Bulls trade Io and the Blazers and get the 12th pick from Maluak. Trade Io and the Blazers pick and 12 for Maluak. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. You heard it with who? Big Dave and Will Gottlieb. Yeah, I don't expect that to happen. Shout out Jeremiah. Shout out Jeremiah. Hey, John in the building. Shout out John in the building. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Congratulations, young boy. Congratulations, young blood. I love that. I love that. I love that. That's dope. That's dope. I love seeing people get their dreams accomplished, bro. That's my thing, bro. This is a young man that grew up in this neighborhood, man. You know what I mean? stayed around here. He just good peoples, man. Shout out to Jeremiah, bro. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. A lot of options available for the Bulls here. That's so cool. That's so cool, bro. And he was hooping last year. Shout out to the young boy. Shout out to the young boy. Accomplish your dreams, young fella. Go take the world by storm. Go take the world by storm. That boy got game too. Go on put LA on, bro. Or New Orleans on, I should say. Go on put New Orleans on, bro. He's gonna learn of the Jordan Poole. I don't know about that. he gonna be above Jordan Poole. I'll tell you that. Shout out Jeremiah, man. Ooh, I see you with the jewelry. That's dope. Joe said we were to get Ace. It's all over. No hope. You looking at the wrong draft, my boy. Shout out the young boy. Shout out the young boy. Shout out the young boy, man. Spaz out said, dang, I wish he was a Bull. Yeah. But that's cool though, man. That's so cool to me. I know I keep saying that, bro, but that really is like moments like that, bro. Like seeing young people that you've seen, you know, kind of come through and accomplish their dreams, bro. Like that's awesome, bro. That's awesome. That's amazing. Like I get it for everybody, but seeing somebody that I've actually seen in the barbershop and stuff like that, be able to go out there and actually accomplish their dreams, bro. Y'all know I'm a big dreamer with all of it. So shout out to that. Here's New Orleans. Does he take the starting point guard spot from day one? He might, bro. He got that kind of mentality. He got that kind of mentality. He a dog. We're going Pat's favorite player, Casper Yakachonis. Bro, I swear to God, if he do, I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be sick. We go Yakachonis. Hey, but everybody, I hope Yakachonis accomplish his dream too. Just well away from my team. Well away from my team. Brooklyn, please take Yakachonis. Don't even give AK the opportunity, bro. Don Wall, Pat, who can keep this year's steal of the draft 10 through 15? The Bulls. The Bulls. The Bulls can get him if they take Cedric Coward. That's my steal of the draft this year. Casper Yakachonis does sound like a Raptors pick. It do sound like he might go 9. I ain't gonna lie to you. Just make sure he's not on Chicago when 12 hits. That's all I care about. I don't care about nothing. Just make sure he's not in Chicago when 12 hits. That's all I care about. Elbow Jumper said, indeed, just checking in. Sun's right here. What do you think of this 8th spot? Does Brooklyn trade? You know what? I think that Brooklyn is probably fielding calls on this one, but I think this is one when you're top 10, those are picks to me that I think you have to make. You know what I mean? Because those are opportunities for you to improve your team in a very high way, unless you're getting a player back for it. Now, they do have 19, they do have 26, they do have 27, and I think 30, 36 in this draft. But to me, these are not picks that you can just sit there and be like, oh, we don't need a top 8 pick when you're where the Brooklyn Nets are. Go out there, find you a dominant player, take that dominant player. Don't let it be Cedric Howard. I would love a Colin Murray Boyles for the Brooklyn Nets. I think even Asa Newell, it kind of fits there. But I think the real thing is, right, the conversation around Igor Deon has been loud. He makes no sense for the Chicago Bulls. And so if you watch me on my Bulls coverage, you probably think I don't like Igor Deon. I actually like the young man's game. I think he fits as more of a point guard than he does anything else. And because of that, he doesn't make sense for the Bulls. For Brooklyn, Brooklyn needs a point guard. And so to me, I think that could be somebody you could take a real look at. If you're talking about a top player, the pick is in. It seems like Brooklyn is going to make this pick here. With the 8th pick, the Nets select Igor Deon. What I say? Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense for them. I think that makes perfect sense for them. Shout out to Igor Deon. I think that makes perfect sense for the Brooklyn Nets. I think that's one of those picks that you expected them to go guard, and you got the guy who to me is the Josh Giddey. So the option was you take Igor Deon or you try and sign Josh Giddey. You had that young man available in the draft, and I think that's a great pick for the Brooklyn Nets. Big shout out to Brooklyn on that one. That's really good. That's really good. When you talk about, I mean, he literally is Josh Giddey. The shot making has not come yet. The defense is, man, whatever you're going to get from the defense. But I think for me, the big thing about Igor Deon is the IQ, the ability to find guys out on the court. That's going to be great for Cam Johnson on this team. That's going to be great for some of the players who are already there, right? When you talk about that Brooklyn Nets team, I think that one thing that they were missing was that really dominant point guard. And now you've added that. You got Cam Johnson on the team. You got Cam Thomas on the team. You got Nick Claxton on the team. I don't know if D'Lo's really a part of that team moving forward, but I think that now you have the point guard that you've been looking for on that team. I know only 5.5 assists per game in college, but I think when you're talking about him and Claxton in the pick and roll game, that's going to be somebody who's dominant for this team moving forward. So very excited to see what this young man is going to be doing. I think that Igor Deon is perfect for that team. Oh, popped up on. I just. What are y'all thoughts on Demon? Brooklyn taking a flyer on a point guard that could show some Doncic like dominance. I don't know about that. I don't know if I'd give him Doncic. That's BYU players. I thought these were comparisons. I was like, Sean Bradley is nuts. Raptors get Maluak. Did they? Did you already see that? That would make sense for them. That would make sense for them. Just don't go get KJ, bro. Don't go get KJ. AK is punching there. Now we gotta pay Giddey. Y'all talking KJ too much. I'm getting a bad vibe, bro. People keep bringing them up, bro, and I just keep saying it. But one more pick, then we have a super high chance for center. We'll see. I don't know what Toronto is going here. 230 still left. Pat, why don't you like him? Inconsistencies. Way too many inconsistencies. Inconsistent in the shooting game. He's inconsistent. He's not a defender at all. And his IQ was inconsistent to me. There were too many times where it's like, you got to be smart in the Michigan State game, first game. You know you're out of the play. You can't foul their best shooter. You have 4 fouls. Don't foul him. Fouls him. You're out the game. Like, there were too many of those moments to me. I'm good. Dan Tanner said cheap is definitely the Nets' way as of late. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of names still here. Thomas Sorber still on here. Carter Bryant still on here, who Hayes is very high on. I think that you've still got you still got Cedric Howard, who I'm very high on. You still got Derek Queen, who we both talked about. You've still like there's options here for the Bulls to go. But the NBA scout said that Michigan State game was rigged. That's fine. He still fouled him. That was a foul. I don't care what the NBA scout say. I watched it. It was a foul. He was hanging off his back. It was a foul. There was a play before that that shouldn't have been a foul, but that was a foul. Hey, Kendrick Perkins doing all he can to avoid saying Kaman Maluak. He doing all he can to avoid saying that boy name. He said they need a big. I don't know if that's Derek Queen or Amazing for Zen said, Pope, please bless this front office with some sense. Relentless Mikey said, nobody mentioned Cedric yet. Just saying the Bulls did work out Cedric. Y'all see I'm spinning my chair. I'm nervous, bro. I think Maluak might go here, which I wouldn't be mad at. I think Maluak might go here. Suns Intel, shout out to Elbow Jumper, said there's a very mixed bag for who the Suns might take. Maluak, Carter Bryant, Cedric Coward, Derek Queen, Colin Murray Boyles, and even Thomas Sorber. Hey, Elbow Jumper, as somebody who covers the Bulls here on this channel, same. I guess whoever we don't take, you can get. Like, same. What do you say? Nova said, amen. What do you say? Spaz out. Bulls toward Raptors, Rockets, and Portland. The power of Christ compels you. Maluak gotta fall. Well, I don't know about that. I have a feeling we're gonna draft someone from overseas, probably. I think Noah Essengay might be a name that gets selected here. Which is, listen, there's question marks there, but he's high upside. He's very high upside. He's very high upside. God, dog, Serrano, y'all gonna take all the time up? Shout out Shorty in the back. Let me stop. I don't know what ages are on this one. Let me chill out. Bruh, can we get a freaking pick here? Am I tripping? Has this pick not been the longest pick of the whole draft? The pick been in for 10 minutes. The Raptors take. Woo! Colin Murray Boyles to the Raptors. I don't know about that one. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I'm trading up. Houston and Portland, I'm trading up. I'm trading up. I'm going to get my guy. Hey, there's so many people still left on the board. It's so many people. I'm not a Colin Murray Boyles guy. I just smacked that. I'm not a Colin Murray Boyles guy. Y'all heard me on Locked On. I feel like he's very aggressive and a good score with a good usage rate and all of that versus people who are what a high usage rate, I should say, versus people who are better or worse than him. When people play at his level or push back on him, I feel like he kind of shies away. That's where, to me, I'm not a big I'm not a big Colin Murray Boyles fan because I got that guy already in P. Will. Colin Murray Boyles has the best hair in this year's draft, no cap. That's interesting. Possibly. I'm not mad at that take. Relentless Mikey, please, AK, don't F this up. Hey, bro. Bulls fans everywhere. We're doing a little shale kaka, shale kaka, shale kaka, shale kaka. Modest issue is he doesn't have a visa anymore. Tater Hill, what are you talking about? Modest is from Hinsdale. And I'm pretty sure he was born here. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty Chicago. What are you talking about? No, don't take the message away. You said it. We saw it, brother. What are you talking about, bro? Like, he gonna take the message away like we didn't say. We saw it, bro. Like, what are you? That was nuts. Relentless Mikey said face palm, bro. Like, we saw it. I seen it. I said it. Maluak for Duke. No. I'm trying to move on from it, Taterhead. That was crazy, bro. Man, talked about my man having a visa and then retracted the message. That was insane. Christopher Felton said, Pat, I'll down this hill with you. Coward is the pick. 100%. 100%. It's not even a question. Personal Freedom said, do not fall for the trolls. Bro, no, he not a troll. He always in these videos. He always on live with us. Taterhead rocks with us. Taterhead is always in this mug. That's why I'm like, what is he talking about, bro? Elbow Jumper said, Malawak is looking like the project pick and may drop out of the lottery. Possibly, bro. I'm going to be honest with you, though. If Malawak gets to Chicago, the Bulls are probably taking Malawak. I'm going to be honest with you, bro. And I've said this a million times. When I look at Kaman Malawak's game, I understand you're not the focal point at Duke. So maybe it's not. Maybe it doesn't work out for the game that you have. But you're 7'2". I believe he has a 7'7" wingspan. And you average 6 rebounds a game. I got questions. You know what I mean? Like that's the part that throws me off. Like I like Kaman Malawak and what he could be, but he wasn't that. And at 18 years old in college, as the tallest man on that team, why weren't you that? I can't translate that. And it's not like he had the scoring. It's not like the defense was fine. He blocked shots in college. I mean, he was Danny Wolf blocked more shots than he did in college, but he's fine. And I'm not saying there's not the upside there. My concern with Malawak is how quickly can you tap into that upside? I don't think it's a surprise that he's fallen this far in the draft. To me, I think this is probably where you are talking about him being, because to me, when I look at his game, it's like 6.5 rebounds, bro. Like, that's not enough. Or all of a sudden you gonna just figure it out at the NBA level and start boarding. I get it. Danny Wolf, or not Danny Wolf, a Cooper Flag was down there grabbing boards as well. He shouldn't be outboarding the 7'2" guy with the 7'7" wingspan. He just shouldn't. Geno Hall said they actually addressed that on ESPN. Pat, what they say? Elbow jumper over on the playback side said, I question it. The last guy that came in like this was Hakeem. I don't feel like I'm looking at the next Hakeem. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. By any means. By any means. They said it is because they kept him defending on the perimeter. I did see that too. Listen, the defense on the perimeter does make sense. But I don't think that you can ignore it. Like, you're telling me 10 balls didn't come his way. Pause. You know what I'm saying? You're telling me 10 basketballs during an entire game in college didn't come his way. I don't buy it. I think we'll get Noah Essengate. Could be. That could be a name that, I mean, listen, we know I would not be the thing that would surprise me least, as Houston is here, the pick is in. The thing that would surprise me least is the Chicago Bulls going out and getting a project. Let's see what we got. 10th pick. Maluak 10 to Houston. That don't make sense. Kaman Maluak to Houston. Shout out to Kaman Maluak. Does Houston make sense? I guess you've already got a big, so you don't have to worry about some of the question marks, but am I tripping? Oh, that's right. Is this the Suns pick? Pick will go to the Suns. That does make sense for the Suns. That does make sense for the Suns. You're right. You're right. Denal said the KD trade. That does make sense for the Suns. That's right. I give you that. I give you that. I like that. I like that pick. I like that pick. Oh no, the Suns took Kaman Maluak face palm. Don't forget this 10th pick is for the Suns for the KD trade. My bad, elbow jumper. I saw it late. Yeah. Bro, yeah. Listen, I got questions. Now, what you can say is this. What I do like about Kaman Maluak, what you can't take away from him is you're talking about a 70+% shooter from the field. They got it on here. 8.6 points per game, 71% from the field, 6.6 rebounds. Like, increase his shots. Shout out to Kaman Maluak. Shout out to him. Look how much that means. Especially from the NBA Africa League. Shout out to Kaman Maluak, bro. Grew up in Uganda. Shout out to that young man. That's so cool. I don't care what it is, bro. Is that Dang? No. I do think Luol Deng ended up being a part of the reason why he started playing basketball, though. If I'm not mistaken. I'm loving the emotion here, bro. You accomplishing your dream, bro. You're accomplishing your dream. Check Shams. Mark Williams, the Phoenix for 29 and a 2029 first. What? What? Wait, so you just drafted Maluak and you got. I wasn't looking at Shams, bro. Hold on. The Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the number 29 pick tonight and a 2029 first round pick. So why did you just draft Kaman Malawak? How tall is Monica? Shout out Monica. My fault. I faded. I don't know. Why did you just draft Kaman? Got a starting center and a backup on line. Who's the backup? I guess Kaman is the backup. Say Shy City, what's the trade? So the trade is hold on, where'd it go? The Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the number 29 pick tonight and a 2029 first round pick, which is not bad value to go out there and get Mark Williams, but just surprised that you're going and getting Mark Williams and Kaman Malawak here. Suns got Mark Williams and Nick Richards. We Hornets like, baby, not impressed. I like Mark Williams. I think Mark Williams is a solid piece. Shout out to Kaman Malawak, bro. Shout out to young boy. What is he, 18 years old, bro? Shout out to young boy, bro. Any trade proposals, Pat? I don't think so. Unless you're just going to give Portland a pick back. I wouldn't think so. Hey, pour your drinks now, though, Bulls fans. Yeah. Shout out Perk. Shout out Perk telling that truth. You are accomplishing a crazy dream. You realize how hard it's 450 NBA players, bro. It's 450 NBA players, bro. I love it, bro. I love it. I love seeing these kids accomplish their dream, bro. I hate that I can call them kids now because that means I'm getting old. That's amazing, though. Uh-oh. Oh, no. 11 is going to Memphis. $11 is going to Memphis. Don't y'all dare. Don't y'all dare take my boy. Don't y'all dare take my boy. Don't y'all dare take my boy. Bro, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be pissed, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Don't you dare. The pick is in. They need a they need a shooting guard. Dang it! Dang it! One pick, bro. Oh my God, bro. One pick, bro. One pick, bro. One freaking pick, bro. AK, wake up. Oh my God, bro. Wake up! Stop letting people beat you! Oh my God! Bro, one pick, bro. One pick, bro. You let him go one pick ahead. You not got no ears to the streets, AK? You don't got no ears to the streets, bro. You just let, oh my God. You just let John Morant and Cedric Howard link up. Oh my. Oh my God, bro. One pick, bro. One pick, bro. One pick, bro. You better not. I swear to God, if you draft KJ, I swear, folk. Bro, it was one pick, bro. It was one pick. It was one pick. It was one pick. I swear to God, if you draft KJ, bro, I'm. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. If he draft KJ, I'm frying this man's. I'm frying this man's, bro. I'm frying this man's if he draft KJ, bro. You let Memphis trade up what? Oh, for nothing. For nothing. I'm sick right now, dog. Bro, I swear for I didn't spill. The carpet need cleaning anyway. I'm gonna have to call Stanley Steamer back out here. Bro, I swear for Lord, bro. I swear for Lord, if this man draft KJ, bro. If this man draft Yakachonis, bro. If oh my God. I'm gonna break my chair. I'm gonna break my if this man drafts Kasparis Yakachonis after missing out on Cedric Howard, I gotta pull up. I gotta pull up. I gotta pull up. Like we got real beef. Dang it, bro. I I don't even know, bro. I'm sick right now. I'm sick right now. I'm sick right now. You had one pick. This is about to be Aaron Donald. It's about to be Aaron Donald for the Bulls. Oh, he played at a D2 school and he was undersized. And he was, man, stop playing with this boy, man. You just gave John Morant the best wing he could have got. Dang it, bro. The Bulls pick is in. Oh my God, bro. Drop who y'all think the pick is. Drop who y'all think the pick is, bro. Can we get back to the freaking you dig, bro? All these dang commercials. Why y'all run a commercial now? Let me recover. My fault, y'all. My fault, y'all. Dang it, bro. Still a lot of good players. There's still a lot of good players in the draft. Thomas Sorber's still out there. Asa Newell is still out there. There's still a lot of good players out there. So I'm not telling you that we're in a bad situation. The Chicago Bulls are in the club when the number 12. Shut up. Say what the pick is, bro. All right. Noah Essengay. Noah Essengay, who we had talked about, is gaining a lot of traction around the Chicago Bulls. He rose up late. I mean, come on, Pat. Lock in, Pat. Noah Essengay, the fact that he's already played professionally, I think that's something that can help the Bulls. My emotions right now have nothing to do with Noah Essengay. The one question I have had about him and that I do have about him is the defensive, the size, the body length, the body mass. I think that he's somebody, though, when you talk about him, I mean, he's a raw talent. He's not played very long. He was an MVP at the Adidas Next Gen tournament in Dubai. He was putting up 20-11 and 2.5 steals, 2.3 blocks. I think there's a ton of upside for him. To me, though, I don't know if I'm as excited on Noah Essengay as I am about a guy like Cedric Coward. I do think that there is, like I said, a ton of upside to him. I think that there is the defensive ability is something to praise for this young man. Top 10. They've got him listed now at 6'10", so maybe he has some of that big man size for you. I think the physical attributes are the fact that his wingspan is almost 7 feet tall. The one part that is a downside, he's not a perimeter shooter. He hasn't been consistently offensively the entire time. We got a pick trade here from Atlanta to New Orleans. It's not a bad pick. Noah Essengay is not a bad pick. I think it's a completely upside pick. I will say this: very efficient from the field, very efficient from the 3-point line, and he's played professionally already. That's something if you're a Bulls fan, you can hang your hat on, and that's something that if you're a Bulls fan, you could be excited about. That's tough after whatchamacallit, though. That's tough. That's tough after Cedric Coward goes off the board, bro. I'm not upset about the pick, though. I like Noah Essengay. He's small, though. He's skinny. I mean, he's coming in, I believe, 194 he measured in at. But he was one of those top guys who was the top 10 pick. I think that there's a lot that you can say about him that is very good and does fit what the Chicago Bulls want to do. But there's just, you got a long way to go. And there's going to have to be a heck of a lot of development for this young man. And I tell you what, That's not been our strong suit. That has not been our strong suit. Lamont said AK special. This ain't an AK special. Noah Singay is a player that is known, is a player that has upside. The one thing I will say is, especially with Noah Singay, is if you're hoping that Modest is your one, Noah Singay is a really good 2 to 3 player that to add to this team. But I do think it tells you that Giannis or that Modest is probably, you're hoping that Modest is the one. I'm sick, bro. I'm not sick because of the Bulls pick. I'm sick because you let that man go past, bro. I gotta lock in. I'm effing up. I'm effing up the stream for y'all, bro. I'm effing up the stream for y'all, bro. I apologize. Shout out Noah Singay for accomplishing his dream, bro. Shout out to him for becoming a Chicago Bull. Welcome to the team. Very excited to have you here, though my demeanor may not say it. It has nothing to do with you. And I truly do believe that if developed well here, and as far as fit, I do think that Noah Singay can fit. I think that he's a solid player for the Bulls to bring in. My attitude right now has nothing to do with you. It has to do with everything with this Chicago Bulls organization, which you will find out about, young fella. Welcome to Chicago, man. Welcome to Chicago. Debo said his clips look buns. Yeah, I mean, listen, you're looking at the clips versus who he's been in totality. Also, very 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 young player. That the thing about Noah Singay is, I didn't want to come out of here with another project. Noah Singay is a project. You know what I mean? That's where it's tough for me. I didn't want to come out of here with another project. He's 18 years old. He's a project. He does not help you this season. He's a player that will exist on a basketball court this season. You know what I mean? Like that to me is where I get irritated with this Bulls organization. That's where I get irritated with this Bulls organization. You want to go projects. You want to go projects. You want to go projects. Super Duper said, how many years has it been that the bigs we needed were available and we took a different route? I mean, he's a big. He's 6'10". You know what I mean? He's a big. He'll go out there. He's somebody who can block shots. He's somebody who can, who you can look to and hope to develop. The problem is you have to develop them. You really, really have to develop them. I mean, just to give y'all an idea of kind of the jump that this young man took, he played 18 games at ULM this season, and he went from 2.7 points to 12.4 points per game, blocks per game. He went to 0.1 to 0.6. Again, playing time did increase. He went from 6 minutes a game to 23 minutes a game as Derek Queen just went to the Atlanta Hawks there. I think that there is upside on this young man, especially inside the paint. It's just not what I wanted. And I think that the fact that he went one pick after the guy that I was coveting is irritating me a little bit more. Can he play the 5? Yes, he can play the 5. He can play the 5. And I would expect him to play the 5 for the Chicago Bulls. He's just taller than Dalen Terry? No, he's not Dalen Terry. He's not Dalen Terry. He's much better than Dalen Terry is. He has a much better upside, and you got to think about the fact that he's also played professional. Let's not wild out here now. I don't want my attitude to come off as Noah Singay hate. I just really thought Cedric Coward was going to be there for the Bulls, and he went a pick before. And I just know AK is going to feed us some line of BS right after. And it's listen, Noah Singay can be a tremendous upside player for you. I don't think Noah Singay upside is what you were looking for if you're a Bulls fan today. Personally, that's not what I think. Atlanta versus Bulls matchup will be heavily scrutinized for years. Well, I'll tell you this right now. Noah Senge is going to get the better of Derek Queen because Derek Queen's not playing defense. Hopefully he's not injury prone. Hasn't been throughout his career. He should be fine. I don't expect him to be an injury. Jordan Sweaty, you think or Sweetie, do you think he can be good though? I do think he can be good. I think he can be I don't think he's a number one. I think he can be a solid piece for you. I think this is a pick that tells you that the Bulls want to go out and continue to develop young players, and they're putting a lot of hope in Modest Buzelis. That's what it says to me. You're putting a lot of hope in Modest Buzelis. You're putting a lot of hope in Modest Buzelis. And I love Modest. I think Modest can be a really good player, but and I think that him and Asenge maybe can have a bright future together. But you're putting a lot of faith in Modest Buzelis that he's just going to go from one season of solid play to the next season of being one of the best players. Now, he was one of the best rookies. I think he's a top 5 rookie that came out last year. Is he a top 5 rookie that comes out this year? We'll see. We'll see. I will say this though. We not doing no kind of interview with my boy Noah Senge. Can he not speak English? I would assume he could speak some level of English or has a translator. We're not doing no interview with Noah Senge ESPN. We're not talking to my mans. We're not breaking down the game with him at all. We're not talking about his like what we doing. We skipped that and went straight to come on now. What we doing now? Nah, bro, Noah can't play the 5. He's 204 pounds, 3 or 4 with Modest. Nah, he can play the 5. You think he's not gonna add weight? You think he's not gonna add weight? Stacey King was high on him playing next to Buzelis. You talk about Noah or Derek Queen? Spurs drafting again here. Um, Shout out to y'all in the chat. Philotron said, typical Bulls move, set the bar low and then trip over it. Atlanta must be happy. I'm fine with not taking Derek Queen. Nova said, no interview, I guess, till Waddle and Sylvie have it tomorrow. You know that's what's going to happen. Carter Bryant going 14. That's a good pickup. Carter Bryant going 14 to the Spurs is a good pickup. Boss said, I hope he's good because the name calling is going to be vicious. Yeah, idiots like to talk. You know what I mean? We saw that at the Sox game the other day. Say Shy City said Noah E. Stacey King wanted him. Listen, I think Noah can be a solid piece for the Bulls. I think he can be a solid pickup for the Bulls. I do think that, and that's why I kept saying, you know, I don't want my emotion to come off as hate towards Noah Senge. I think that he's a baller, right? I think that he's somebody who, for the age that he's at and the amount of time you've been talking about him as a basketball player, you like the upside that he brings to the table. But you got to develop that. And that has not been the Bulls' strong point. Now, last season, we saw the Bulls do a really good job developing Modest Buzelis. But on top of that, we also fired our head of player development. So we're going to trade back in for KJ. Don't piss me off anymore, St. Louis. Spurs have had a great draft. Carter Bryant and who they take to? And why am I blanking on my boy's name? Dylan Harper, tweaking. Hey, that's a great pickup. That's a great pickup. Like they having a draft right now. They building a team right now. Summer League will tell us everything. If he shows up like Modest, he has to start opening night. Dylan Harper. Who did I say? Didn't I say Harper? I think I did. I don't know. Hey, man. Welcome to the NBA, young fella. Welcome to the NBA, Noah. We got a Noah. We got a Noah. We already had a Noah. We know how Noah's doing this city, man. Welcome to the NBA, young buck. Ooh-wee. That's going to sting, bro. That's going to stick with me for a minute. That one hurt. That one hurt. You let them draft above you. You let them draft above you. All right. Hold up. I guess I shouldn't be surprised at that. Everybody texting. Everybody texted me. Crazy, bro. Relentless Mikey said, dang it, Pat, lock in. My bad, bro. Boggy said, Pat, you good, my boy? You sound like JC when we drafted Loveland. Bro, nah, because I knew Coaston Loveland's talent. I've watched Noah Senge. I'm excited about the young man coming here, but I cowered one pick before hurts, bro. Noah averaged 18, 8, and 2 on 30% from three and is a good defender. All that at 17 on a pro league. What did he average 18 in? I know in the Euro Cup he didn't average 18. On ULM he didn't. Where did he average 18 at? Or are you looking at the per 32 numbers? We can't look at the the per 36 numbers. Can't look at the per 36 numbers. You got to look at what the per game numbers are. Per 36 got us Cristiano Felicio. I bet at 18 ULM stats. Yeah, them per 36 numbers though, my boy. Super Duper said, appreciate you, Pat. I'm out. Be great. Appreciate you, my boy. Shout out to you, man. Chicago don't need defense. We need someone that can shoot. Nah, we need defense. We need some help on that. What else we got here? Noah's going to be breaking ankles, scoring 25 effortlessly in the summer league, and get minimum and get minutes and not get minutes until the end of December. 100%. Noah fits the team really well. He would surprise a lot of people. I'm not going to be surprised by him. Again, I'm not going to be surprised by Noah Senge. I do think Noah Senge is going to be a solid player for the Chicago Bulls. I think Cedric Coward could be the second or third best player in this draft. That's why I'm upset about the Cedric Coward move. He can't create his own shot. We need a playmaker, man. Listen, you don't need to create your own shot with Josh Giddey at the helm. Josh Giddey's going to create shots for you. Josh Giddey creates shots for you. Amazing for Zen said, Pat keeps saying he's excited in monotone. Bro, listen. I've been talking about Cedric Coward for a long time, bro. That was a gut punch to see him go one pick before. And again, I think it could be very similar to what the Bears went through with Aaron Donald. Kyler Gordon was a very good player. He wasn't one of the greatest of all time. I don't know if Cedric Howard is going to be one of the greatest of all time, but I do think he's going to be one of the greatest out of this draft. That one hurts a little bit. That one hurts a little bit. One of the 7-footer, but I'm not mad at Baby Siakam, which is a real expectation that he could be. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like that's a very good comp for him. It's a very good comp for him. Before we judge him, go look at all his highlights. One highlight, that's all you get. Other than that, use him to dunk in your Nutella. I don't know what that means, Relentless Mikey. And the Thunder got Thomas Sorber. The Thunder didn't even have to trade up. And the Thunder got Thomas Sorber. Woo! I'm talking about off the dribble, Pat. He's a bust. Well, listen, here's the problem that I had with that. You ain't seen this boy play a second in NBA basketball. How you know you're a bust? What you trying to prove? Saying he's a bust the second he got drafted. You haven't watched him play a second in NBA basketball. There's a lot of people that call Modest a bust after we took him at 12 because they didn't know his name. Because they didn't watch him in the G League. Because they didn't watch him in Chicago. So let's not say he's a bust. You have no idea what his NBA game is going to look like. This young man was able to play professionally at 17 years old. Let's not say he's a bust. Let's watch him play in the NBA a little bit before we start talking about what he can or can't be. Again, I'm not out on Noah Sengay. My dismay is that I wanted the guy that went one pick ahead of us. Like, don't take your dislike on AK out on this young man. I think he's going to be a solid player. Do I think he's going to be the best player out of this draft? No. Do I think he's going to be one of the top 5 players out of this draft? No. You weren't drafting top 5. Do I think that he's going to be a solid player for the Chicago Bulls for some years to come? Yeah. I think he fits really well next to Modest. I think with Josh Giddey that he can go out there and be a really solid player. He can't dribble past. He's not playing he's not a point guard. I don't care if he can dribble. I don't need him bringing the ball up the court. Like, what are we talking about? He's a big man. He's an 18-year-old kid who y'all want to crap on already. Watch this young man do something in the league before we crap on his life. This young man just accomplished his life dream. What are we doing right now? Come on now. We better than that. Again, I'm not telling you that he's going to be the best player to come out of this draft. I don't know what this young man's going to be. I think he fits in well with his skill set to what the Bulls have. Do you think there were better players on the board? Okay, I arrest my case. Well, first off, that's not how you say that. It's I rest my case. Second off, do I think there were better players on the board? I think there were players with higher floors, not higher ceiling. Noah Sengay, as I talked about this morning, was a high ceiling player. Noah Senge, as I talked about this morning, was a high ceiling player that I thought had a lower floor. Thomas Sorber, I think, is a high floor player that I thought had a lower ceiling. Noah Senge is going to be fine. I don't know if he's going to be great. I don't know if he's going to be weak. Guess what? Neither do you. To say 5 seconds after this young man was drafted, bust, crazy. Crazy. That's an insane level of hate. Arrest my case is nuts, say Shy City. Kid is the second youngest, one of the tallest players with a professional resume. We could mess around and have a Luka or a Jokic. I don't know if we have that. I'm not going to go that far either. Right now, my breakdown of Noah Senge is this. I think there are things that you look at about his game that you feel like fit well with what the Bulls want to do. Here's the problem. Do you believe in what the Bulls want to do? Do you believe that the Chicago Bulls are in a place of going out there and taking chances on project? I don't. That doesn't mean I think whatever I think about Noah Senge. That don't mean I think that he's great or he's terrible. What it means is I think that where you talk about defensive versatility, he can do that. Athleticism, he has that. I believe at 6'10", he has a 34-inch vertical. And he finishes at the rim extremely well. I think his wingspan adds to his game as far as his capabilities on defense and on rebounding. The question marks come in when you talk about this young man at ULM. He averaged 10 points per game last season, 5 rebounds a game, 1.2 assists. Again, question marks on the rebounding. I'm fine with that. But he finished well around the rim. I'm expecting him to be a 4/5 for the Chicago Bulls. Can he shoot? No, he's not a shooter. There should be no conversation on can he shoot. He's not a shooter. Are you okay with passing on Asa Newell for Noah? I would have taken Asa Newell over Noah. I would have taken Asa Newell over Noah. I would have taken Thomas Sorber over Noah. But again, I think that, and this is what I talked about when we had a conversation about Kaman Malawak this morning, when we had a conversation about Noah Senge this morning. I think AK wants guys with higher ceilings than higher floors. He wants to go out there and he wants to add people that have a high ceiling. Noah Senge's ceiling is immensely high. His floor to me is low. Jerry McHarmy, this is bad, bro. I don't know. What's bad about it? The fact that you ain't heard of him or seen him? Because he played professionally in France? Is that what's bad? He gives me Al Farouk Aminu vibes. Not gonna lie, I don't like it. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. If he hits the floor, yeah. If he hits the floor, yeah. Yeah, I'm good on that. Memphis selected Young Hansen. So that's going to Portland. So Young Hansen is going to Portland. I was going to say that makes no sense at all. Shout out Young Hansen. People expecting us to get LeBron out of the draft. Listen, and here's the thing: you don't know. You don't know what this young man's gonna be. This young man might be a dog. We might be 5 years into this young man's career talking about him. And you want to know my favorite thing is? I remember how people talked about Joakim Noah when he came into the league versus how people talk about Joakim Noah now. I remember it. I remember it. I remember how people lost their minds over Joakim Noah. And I was like, you mean the dude that has won multiple championships? That's the dude y'all don't like? Well, he's skinny. Okay. I hope he's working out as his whole job is now basketball. Relentless Mikey, how low is that floor? It's low. It's low. I think Noah Sengay probably has the widest gap of any player if you're talking floor to ceiling in the draft. You're taking a chance. You're taking a chance. I like the pick now. Modest can develop at the 3, and they can play Noah at the 4. Give the pick a B+. I don't know if I go that high. I give the pick a question mark. Like, again, I don't know what it's going to be. I'm not sitting here telling you I know that he's going to hit the ground running. I think that Noah Sengay could be a dominant player in this league. I think that he also could be somebody that we talk about as a forgetful player. I'm not going to make that judgment. I'm going to let his play make that judgment. How much input does Billy Donovan have on the picks? I would assume he has a pretty good amount. He's the head coach of the team. L pick, he can't rebound, soft, can't shoot or guard perimeter. What exactly does he excel at? Well, again, if you weren't here for the breakdown or you weren't here for the conversation, the defensive versatility is there. The rebound numbers may not be what you want to see them at on an international scale. Luka's numbers weren't amazing on an international scale. I think the defensive versatility for him, the ability for him to be able to guard multiple positions due to his length, is a strength. I think that his 7-foot wingspan, almost 7-foot wingspan, will help him as far as rebounding in the NBA. And the fact that he has a 30, I'm sorry, I think I read this wrong. I think I said 34-inch. He almost has a 36-inch vertical leap will help him in the NBA. Now, again, he's literally just a big. I think mugs don't look at him as a big because of how skinny he is. He's literally just a big. That's all he is. Like he is. You got Josh Giddey, set a pick. You better roll. You got Modest. Hey, we both down here. We bored. That's it. Let's see what Minnesota do. Minnesota been killing it in the draft. That's a good pick. The fact that he said Birangi is crazy. Johan Behringer. Shout out to Johan Behringer. That's a good pickup for them. That's a good pickup for them. What up, Pat? Love the channel. Hold on, what he say? What up, Pat? Love the channel. This pick seems like it might be a Billy Donovan pick. Noah seems so raw, maybe a Giannis type. Listen, y'all going to the high end. I don't know. I think that the belief is that Modest can be a dog. I think the belief is that Modest can be a dog. That you need Noah to help with some of the things that Modest doesn't have, especially being a big down low. Like I think the expectation for me with Noah Sengay is that he's going to be a big. That's what it is. Oh, what else we got? Uncommon Vision. Joe Kim was a dog, though. Joe Kim's numbers are a lot closer to what Noah Sengay's numbers are in college. Noah Sengay did it at the professional level. Like, Joe Kim was not viewed as a dog at all. People was clowning that. Your boy C said a Chet Wemby stopper, hopefully. You might be taking that a little far. We'll see. We'll see where life takes us. This is a true. I know Muzz are looking at me like, oh, Pat, what are your hardline feelings on this pick? This is a true question mark pick. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I believe that Noah Sengay can have some upside. I think the floor is low. I do. Hopefully he hits the ceiling. That comes down to the development of what the Bulls can do. And I think our lack of faith in Noah Sengay has more to do with the fact that we don't believe in the Chicago Bulls more than we don't believe in Noah Sengay. How low is the floor? Low, yeah. Brazil Popular said also good in transition and scoring at the rim. Yeah, it's kind of where he operates the best at. Gets to the free throw line a ton, like really a lot. Yeah, he does get to the free throw line well. He does get to the free throw line well. They pick development projects, but they can't develop the players they have. Now that I get, JT. That I understand. That's a conversation I'm willing to have. That's a conversation I'm willing to have. Especially right after you just fired your head of player development, which no one understands. Brett says, future player with upside, but as for being an immediate player at 18 years old, I don't expect it. Expect another season of Vooch. If we're being honest. Expect another season of Vooch. I don't expect him to be a right-away player at all. He's Patrick Williams' replacement, maybe. Patrick Williams might be on this team. Kobe developed those, so I don't know what we are talking about. I mean, sure. Kobe is definitely developed under the Bulls. I think a lot of us look at that and say it's because of Kobe finally getting the opportunity to be the player that many people always thought he was. You know what I mean? When Kobe kind of got in place, it was very much Kobe was drafted, played well, got sat down, came off the bench, came back into the starting lineup, kind of got an opportunity to be the player he was, got sent back to the bench, came back into the starting lineup. Zach LaVine was gone. Kobe White took off. Outside of Kobe and I, who is Billy actually developed? I mean, we watched Modest last year. And I think the conversation around Josh Giddey was that he was trash until being in a Billy Donovan offense. Yeah, we need to see a full season of Kobe without Zach. I agree with that. I do agree with that. I'm incredibly ready to get to the end of this draft. Like, unless the Bulls find a way to trade back in. Hey, bro, what's up with your name, bro? A Diddy said, any chance you think Joakim Noah can come coach? I don't know if Joakim wants to coach. Joakim's running the league. Y'all know that, right? The one ball in the city. I don't know if Joakim Noah wants to coach. Baki says, switch to playback pack because Mug's too negative in the chat. I get hating on the Bulls because y'all seen me do it too, but I'm not gonna crush this kid. Yeah, listen, you can't eviscerate this young man yet. I mean, like nobody knows what he's going to be. Nobody knows what his talent is going to be. He's got upside, he's got a floor. I think his floor is lower than most. I think his ceiling is higher than most. The part that most of us have a problem with is the fact that we don't know if the Bulls can develop him to his ceiling. It has nothing to do with this young man, and I don't like the fact that this young man is taking the shots for it. So I get you, Buck. I really doubt Vooch is on this team next year. What the hell are we doing at the 5 man? Hey, my boy, I hate to tell you this. Vooch. Prepare yourself. Hey, prepare yourself, bro. Vooch. What are we doing at the 5? Vooch. Ace News came out. He didn't want the Jazz to draft him. I think we knew that, though. I think Danny Ainge is the type of dude to be like, I don't care what you want. Carmen says his ceiling is Nicholas Batum. Listen, if you got Nicholas Batum at 12, that's a solid piece to have next to Modest. I don't know if his ceiling is Nicholas Batum. I think his ceiling is higher than that. But if you got Nicholas Batum next to Modest, that's a solid ceiling. Again, I keep saying this. Modest Buzelis is the focal point of this. That's what that pick tells me. You think that Modest is a dog. You think that the Bulls think that Modest is that dude, and you're just trying to build a team around him. Wait, what just happened? Cedric Howard just got moved. Shams, what we at? Walter Clayton Jr. to Washington makes sense. I don't care about that. Washington, they're trading him to Utah, sources say. Wait a minute. Cedric Howard just got traded, right? I'm not tripping, right? Who just got Cedric Howard? I missed that, and I can't go back because I'm on playback. Coward went to Memphis. Young went to Portland. So are they flipping that? Or is that what it was? That's what I thought. Debo, Coward is going to Portland. Chauncey Billups finna cook. I been said that, bro, to the Grizz. Wait, so he's going to the Grizzlies, right? Or he's going to Portland? Bro, hold on. My head just got confused as heck. What's happening right now? Coward went to Memphis, Young went to Portland, right? That's what ended up happening. So did Adam Silver just F me up for no reason? Is that what just happened there? Portland traded to pick to Memphis. So Adam Silver just F me up there for no reason? Okay. Baki coming in with the clarification. Cedric Coward going to the Grizzlies. Okay. All right. So we're exactly where we were. Why did you just announce that? We done watched 15 picks go off the board since that didn't happen. Sweet Jesus. I thought we had something major coming. Walter Clayton Jr. and Ace Bailey to the Utah Jazz is interesting. Wait, so is Brooklyn going to use all these picks? Is Brooklyn going to use all of these picks? She had a stroke right there. They showed it on TV when the trade happened after the pick. That's what I thought, but then he announced it. It threw my brain off. Look at the baby girl. Is that his dad back there? Shout out, baby girl. That's amazing. Pat, who would you trade to get back into the first? Patrick Williams, Lonzo Ball, Kobe White. Nah, maybe not Kobe White at this point. Maybe not Iodis at this point. Patrick Williams, Lonzo Ball, Nikola Vucevic. Like, we'll see if the Bulls trade back in and make this draft interesting. Noah Sengay is an interesting draft pick overall, but we'll see what the Bulls end up doing. I would expect if you're the Bulls right now, you're probably just standing pat, knowing what I know about the Chicago Bulls. Say Shy City said, I trade Pat Will for a CTA bus pass. I trade Lonzo Ball for a ham sandwich. Between that, we got a good weekend. Let me check this too. Let me make sure these muds ain't did nothing stupid like go live. Whenever the Bulls do go live, I'll probably just add it in here. Because technically, I don't know if the audio will come through. But technically, I believe that it will it should come through. He got my name. He gonna be a dog. Watch. Samurai J, your name is Noah? I didn't know that, brother. I didn't know it. I'm about to say, is my boy not live? Okay, so that was cap. I don't know if y'all saw that earlier. Miami, somebody at Miami had a thing that said, "Welcome Nolan Traore to the Miami Traore, whatever it is, to the Miami Heat." And seems like that is a little bit of cap because he is now a Brooklyn Net, unless the Brooklyn Nets are going to trade his rights to the Miami Heat, which could be the case. Three French players taken now. Yeah, facts. Love Noah fits their offense perfectly. I mean, listen, he's a player that fits in. You just have to have other people take off. That's really what it comes down to. He's a player that fits in, but Modest has to hit. Kobe has to continue to be who he is. Josh Giddey has to have the season like we just saw in the second half of the season. There's a lot of ifs. That's really what it comes down to with Noah Sengay. There's a lot of ifs. KJ was picked yet? KJ was not picked yet, and I'm glad the NBA saw what I saw. I shouldn't say that. I hope the young man achieves his dreams. I think that the NBA saw what I saw. Got three French players off the board. I'll tell you what, Noah Sengay better be the best of the bunch. Say Shy City said, I wouldn't pay Giddey. You got no choice, brother. You traded him for a dude that just went and won an NBA championship. You're paying him. Hey, AK's locked into that decision. That decision was made the second that trade went through. Heater on the board. Geez, did KJ have bad workouts? No, KJ was bad in college. KJ was bad in college. Tanner said, okay, I'm back. Did the Bulls make a trade yet? No, Tanner. Would you pay the player from the Warriors, Kuminga? No. I think you're locked into what this team is. I don't think you want to take shots away from Modest Buzelis at this point. I think your goal is to go out there and see Modest be the player that he is, see Modest be the player that it seems like he's becoming, and continue to build off of that, which is fine. I'm fine with you making that decision. But I do think that you're still Dub, Steve, and KJ were saying Hayes is going, or we're saying Dub, Steve, and Hayes were saying KJ was going to Miami. Let's see. KJ to Miami would make sense, especially off of the bench. Do you want them to come back into the first? Yes. 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 Danny Wolf is still there. You can actually have Noah Singay play that wing position if you wanted to, or play the 4 and have Danny Wolf at the 5. I would feel so much better about this draft if you found a way to do that. Now, to me, at 20, this is where Danny Wolf comes in. What do we got? We got Shams on the board here. Let me hear what he's saying. Oh, Shams is saying that they might be in on Jonathan Kuminga. I heard this already, so yeah, I don't need that information. Is Pat even? Oh, there's Pat. Who's this brother sitting next to Pat? My God. Who is Buddy in the chair next to Pat Riley? I'm going to hold jokes because the chair looked a little wheelchairish. So I'm going to hold all jokes back. I would have rather had Cedric than Kuminga. Listen, we're not going to speak on Cedric. I don't even want to hear that name no more tonight. Personally, at least we would have gave you defense. I see him as a better version of the small forward from Duke that played with RJ Barrett and company. We're not going to speak on Cedric Coward right now. I'm not having this conversation with y'all tonight. I'm just not. I don't want to hear no Cedric Coward conversation tonight. Adam Silver back at the podium here. Hey, shout out to 192 people being over here, man. I think we was over 200 in the chat at one point. Actually, I know we was over 200 in the chat. Over 200 in the chat. 200. Shout out to y'all, man. Kasparis Yakachonis to Miami. There it is. Kasparis Yakachonis. Have fun. Have fun. Enjoy that. They'll probably turn him into a great player. They'll probably turn him into a great player. Shout out Kasparis Yakachonis. I wouldn't have took him with a gun to my head. Wouldn't have took him with a gun to my head. I'm glad he got to accomplish his dream, though. Deshaun Richards said, can you explain the logic on extending Billy? What the hell has he done in Chicago so far that we can hang our hats on? Nothing. But you know what? Why they're extending Billy? Because Billy Donovan got a phone call, or the Chicago Bulls got a phone call from the New York Knicks asking, could we interview a head coach for our head coaching position? That's why he's getting extended. That's it. That's it. That's it. Not gonna lie, Cedric replacing Bane in Memphis is chilling. Hey, bro, listen, we're not gonna speak on that. KJ to the Heat, Spoelstra gonna make him a hooper, probably. Shout out to him. I hope he do. Hey, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this right now. All these highlights they showing, 6-pack of bush. You know how well he played against Wisconsin? No. Go back to that Wisconsin game. Go back to that Wisconsin game. You know how well he played against Wisconsin? Huh? I'm good. I'm incredibly good. Man's had 6 points versus Wisconsin. Mud's trying to act like he did something. Oh, he threw a pass against Wisconsin. I don't give a man. Don't get me started on Kasparis Yakachonis, bro. They show one of his 4 assists versus these muds, bro. I ain't playing with this boy, bro. I'm good. Have fun in Miami. Have fun in Miami. All right. We got 9 picks left. Do the Bulls trade back at any point in this draft? And uncommon vision. That's what you get. All right. Deshaun Richards said AK packed it up for the night and went home. AK chilling at the crib. AK already at the press conference. Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. There was a part where I looked up because I had to, y'all know I'm gonna try and show the press conference in here if I can. And I think it will pop up on YouTube. But I literally was like, I wonder if he's doing the press conference already. Mason Brown said, "Who wants P. Will?" Yeah. Maybe Phoenix. Phoenix might want some upside. The only trade we will hear from the Bulls is cash considerations. Dang it, Baki. The accuracy. Joakim Noah should mentor Noah. Are we doing that just because of the Noah thing? We doing that just because of the Noah thing? By the way, y'all know it's NOE, right? It's more than likely no Essengay. Will they wait until after the second round tomorrow to do a press conference? I don't know. I'm pretty sure they usually do it first round. I'm pretty sure. I think they do it for each pick. If I'm not mistaken, I may be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure they usually do it for each pick. I may be wrong on that. Hey man, shout out to y'all for tuning in and showing love, man. I appreciate y'all for rocking with us over here on the Chicago Bulls Breeze. We got a ton of content over on the Windy City Breeze. I don't know if they're sending it to y'all or not. But we got a ton of content rocking over on the Windy City Breeze. So shout out to y'all for showing love to that as well. I think you guys are the best fans in the world, man. That's why I love doing stuff for Chicago. So I appreciate y'all for rocking. Chef Max said, "Is it me or is Noah low key built like KD?" I mean, he's built like KD. He's not. It's not even low key. He's built like KD. Do I think he's KD? No. He don't shoot the 3 ball nowhere near KD. Come on, dog. Deshaun says, "You see how hard it was to get rid of Zach and DeMar? It wasn't hard to get rid of them. AK just didn't want to let them go." Now, I know he don't shoot. I'm just talking about the build. He is built like KD, yes. 21st pick in the draft, Utah Jazz. Will Riley. Hey, am I tripping? Shout out Will Riley out of Illinois as well. Am I tripping? Has Asa Newell been drafted? Has Asa Newell been drafted? Or am I drinking too much? Chat, let me know. Grew from 5'9" to 6'6" during the pandemic. Shout out Will Riley. That's crazy. Asa Newell still on the board, huh? Hey, Bulls. The F y'all doing? Asa Newell is still on the board. What are y'all doing? Drew, you talk about he been gonna stay off the sauce. Hey, Drew, you stay off the sauce. You're wrong. Talk about he been gone. Hey, Drew, you are incorrect, my brother. That is my brother, too. That's why I can go at him like that. Y'all leave Drew alone. He probably drunk. Really, Pat, you think AK Stoic guy gonna trade for Asa Newell? No, I don't. But I want him to be. I want him to do that. Hey said on live that Noah's ceiling is Jaden McDaniels at 12. That'd be great value, not gonna lie. That's yeah. I'm not mad at that. Uncommon Vision said, love the concept, Pat. Love the whole Windy City Breeze crew. No Diddy. Hey, bro, ain't no Diddy when it comes to love, man. It's love between y'all, man. We not doing that. There's no baby oil involved in none of this. Yeah, I mean, we rocking with y'all just like y'all rocking with us. None of this happens without any of you. And we never forget that, bro. So shout out to y'all. We love y'all, man. Atlanta on the board. Let's see what Atlanta do here. Oh, 22 is to the Nets, right? Hey, if the Nets take 5 picks, I ain't gonna lie. I might be intrigued to see what that team is gonna do. It's a lot of talent in this draft. Come on, send them a pick. Send them a player to go get one of these picks, man. Send them a player. Pat will for the 26th overall pick. He will not worth an undrafted free agent. Listen, I don't care what we think he's worth. I'm talking about this. Hey, Drew said I'm on the sauce. Danny Wolf is still available, Maurice Drake. Y'all know I love Danny Wolf. I think that's an elite player for us. My bad if the my internet for some reason tweaked for like a second there, so my bad if it tweaked on y'all. Is Brooklyn making a pick here? Brooklyn got another pick, huh? They high-fiving in Brooklyn. Dang, they got Danny Wolf. Who they get? They high-fiving too much. And in the NBA, high fives mean something. And then like the NFL, when you high-fiving on a 7th round pick. Hey, yeah. Said the internet pulled a Patrick Williams. My bad, y'all. It cut out and then it looked like it came back randomly. So that was weird. My fault, y'all. I'm sitting here texting a bunch of people that's texting me about the pick. Can we get to this pick? Bro, am I tripping or are the picks taking longer to come in? It was 5 minutes a pick, right? We on 9 minutes talking about this this Atlanta pick. Let's see what we got here. Who going to Brooklyn? Drake Powell. That's solid. Solid pickup. I like that for Brooklyn. I like that for Brooklyn. I think he's more of a defender than he is an offensive player. Yeah, they showed him grabbing a basketball on the first play. Yeah, he's more of a defender than he is an offensive player. He's a literal 3-and-D player though. I got a homie that's sitting there talking about, shout out my boy Ken. He said, I'm a KJ hater. I wanted KJ to be so good. He's not. He's not. Am I tripping? My boy Ken literally just was like, you've been a KJ hater since the beginning, which I wasn't. I wanted him to be good. I was excited when we got him. I was excited when he came to the team. I truly was. But KJ's trash. Like we can see this, right? Like KJ's not a good basketball player. We can see this, right? That's the bottom line. He's not good. They do 2 days for the draft now. The NBA doesn't need that. Nah, we do. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. The second round on the same day used to be nuts. Show that mug tomorrow at 2 a.m. Show that thing tomorrow at 2:30 in the morning. We are good. Dang it, Baki. He said everyone in the league know P. Will isn't worth a trick on 79th and Stony. Come on now. Only guy known as KJ is Kevin Johnson. He was better, much better. It's not even a conversation on where Kevin Johnson ranks on all of this. Bing bang boom bop bing boom bam. Hey man, y'all tapped in on the Breeze newsletter. We got one of those going on the Patreon side. Tap in with us on that, man. My pops is the writer or I guess editor of the Breeze newsletter. So tune in with us on that. Talks about everything. It's not just Chicago sports. It's everything sports. We having a lot of fun, man. I mean, we did the interview with Levi Cobb together, man. It's so cool to be doing stuff with my dad. You know, when we're talking about content wise over on the Patreon side. So tap in with that, man, if you haven't done so. This is going to kind of become, and what we're doing on the national show, it's going to become a very behind the scenes heavy situation. So tune in with us on that. There's going to be a lot of vlogs and just like video running. So I don't know if y'all rock with that or not, but that's kind of how we're going to start tapping in with stuff on over there. So tap in with us on the Patreon with that. I'm excited, man. I'm excited for what we have coming up. Content wise, team wise, we'll see. You know what I mean? No Essengay. We'll see. See if the Bulls trade back in at all. Let's get back into this draft. So the 23 pick is going to Atlanta for the Derek Queen pick. Okay, that makes sense. Boss says, since we're not making any moves tonight, just looking, do you think we make any more additions? You talk about in the NBA already or just in the offseason? Shout out my boy Jimmy in the building, man. Make sure y'all tap in with his album. Jimmy Got Soul in the building, just commented. New album out. He a bum, but he my boy. Big shout out to him, man. Good music on the way. We got a trade here. Oh, this is the Atlanta trade. Okay. I don't like how Adam Silver doing this joint. Asa Newell, is he going to Atlanta then? So Asa Newell in Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken? So played at Georgia, going to the Hawks. Shout out to my boy Asa Newell. Off season. Okay, so players in the NBA that I think the Chicago Bulls could go after. I don't think any trades are happening, my boy. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been kind of consistent on that. I don't think that the Bulls are making any moves, any trades. I think that Lonzo Ball would be a part of this team. I think that Nikola Vucevic will be a part of this team. I think that everyone who we thought might be traded won't be traded because that's AK's MO. So you're kind of just dealing with what you're dealing with here. OKC 24. I hate these mugs, bro. These mugs then got better. How you get better, bro? How you get better, bro? Like, bro, how you get Thomas Sorber and Asa Newell, bro? That's crazy, bro. Wait, was he born there too? So he from Georgia, went to Georgia, got drafted to Atlanta? That's cool. That's dope as heck. That's dope as heck. Would you rather have KJ or current P. Will? Patrick Williams. Patrick Williams, easily. Easily. It's not even a conversation. I would have punched. I would have punched the wall if we had drafted Yakachonis. I'm good. Oh, I tweaked. I thought Asa Newell ended up going to. I said Asa Newell to OKC. I was way too ahead of myself. My bad, y'all. So Asa is going to Atlanta. OKC is on the clock now, but they already have Thomas Sorber. James said, breaking news with tonight's pick, the Bulls have locked up a top 5 pick in the 2026 NBA draft. Not today, my boy. The Eastern Conference is wide open. No way they're going for that play in 3 years running. Listen, they're not going to be in the play in. I think there's so many people hurt that they're not going to end up in the play in. Let's see what we got. OKC. Oh, we got a trade. You pissing me off, dog. I hate how he's doing this. OKC selected Nick Clifford out of Colorado State. Hey, is Danny Wolf still gonna be on the board tomorrow? Danny Wolf should not be on the board tomorrow. You still got 6 picks. Danny Wolf should not be on. He probably won't. Bro, is Danny Wolf an option here tomorrow? Shout out Neat Clifford. Could Danny Wolf be here tomorrow? That's a big question. Orlando going Richardson. I feel it. If not Danny Wolf, I wouldn't be mad at Rocco. I mean, nah, listen, if Danny Wolf finds a way into the second round, go get Danny Wolf. Like, trade whatever you got to do. Danny Wolf should not be a second round pick. Like, Danny Wolf should not be a second round pick at all. I would trade to the top of the second round if Danny Wolf is still there. Because the Bulls pick is where? Bulls pick 45th with the Sacramento pick. And Sacramento is 42. Orlando's an interesting team here. He definitely won't be there 45. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm higher on Paolo Banchero than most people are. I think Paolo Banchero is showing you LeBron level play with better shooting production. Paolo in his what? What are we at? Third year? Fourth year? How long Paolo Banchero been in the league? Paolo Banchero been in the league 3 years. He's averaging 25 points a game on with 7.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists, or 5 assists, 4.8 assists, 5 assists a game. And he did that in 46 games last year. I think that young man is going to be a monster. He's 3 years into his NBA career. 3 years into his NBA career. I think that move for Desmond Bane was perfect for them. And I'll bet you this. They're going to be a top 4 seed in the East next year with all the people that's banged up. Is Maybe I just noticed this. Are the Andrews sisters doing the show together? Is that Malika's sister right there? Not gonna lie, Pat. I started watching Bulls versus Knicks 1996 playoff series. Jace Richardson to the Orlando Magic. That makes sense. That makes sense. They need a healthy guard, bro. They don't have a healthy guard on the team. You don't have a healthy guard on the team. Jace Richardson makes sense. And he comes in with the range. Is Noah and P. Will going to battle for a spot? No. Noah won that spot. Easily. Backs off the bench and insurance if Suggs gets hurt. Yeah, bro. I think they needed a guard bad, bro. And Jalen Suggs has not been a healthy player. You could quickly see Jace Richardson being the starting guard on that team. Like, I mean, quickly. Very quickly. Jason Bain, dominant, bro. Dominant, bro. Jeffrey said, why wasn't Ron Harper interviewed? Because nobody cares about Ron Harper today. You care about his son. Few picks left, man. We almost out of here. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, showing love. Hit the like button if you haven't done so. Subscribe to the page. Leave a 5-star review. Y'all know what to do. What are y'all thoughts on the pick that the Bulls made? What are y'all thoughts on the draft overall? What are your thoughts on what you want to see the Bulls do tomorrow? Maurice said, let's see if the Nets really use these next two picks. Bro, facts. That's real. Mason said, we really just running with Vooch the whole year again. You watch Locked On Bulls, Mason? What I've been saying? Y'all be thinking I'm just making stuff up. Y'all think I don't have like contacts or connections or anything, bro. Like, I've been telling y'all we running this thing back with Vooch for a while. Y'all think I was just saying stuff? Murray said, I'd rather have Noah over CMB or Demon, so it's all right. Listen, I think they make more sense. You know what I mean? I think that Noah Essengay makes way more sense than Igor Deon or Colin Murray Boyle. So I understand why you say that. Baki said, Bulls are literally the definition of it can't get worse, and it does every time. No, Baki, that's the Bears. That's how we do with the Bears. I think the Bulls have a conversation on that. I'd say the White Sox are probably the biggest ones on that, though. Collars and Company might need to give me a sponsorship. What we looking at? Collars and Company. Let me see. I just seen a commercial pop up. Hey man. Okay, I see it. I see what y'all doing, Collars and Co. Hey, I need all of y'all to tweet. They got a Twitter. I got a Twitter. I need all of y'all to tweet Collars and Co. and tell them they need to do a sponsorship with Pat the Designer. Let me see. I don't see a Twitter. Oh, they do. What is it? What is it? What's their Twitter page? Collars and Co. USA. I need everybody in this mug right now. If you rocking with your boy, tweet at these mugs right here. Bow. Tweet at Collars and Co. USA and tell them get a sponsorship with @Pat the Designer. Noah's a good pick forward league, and him and Modest gonna add defense. Definitely could. He said, I would like to add Wolf. Man, I would love to have Danny Wolf. Bro, if we find a way to add Danny Wolf, bro, it'll make the night a good night. It'll make the night a good night. Hey, we gonna put you in timeout real quick there, category 4. I don't know what you're talking about. We're gonna put you in timeout real quick there. You come back wilding, we're gonna block you. I ain't doing it over here. I done did a little bit too much to be dealing with the wildness that's going on. Debo said it's not like we drafting Denzel Valentine. No, it's not. It's not. I was never high on the Denzel Valentine draft pick. I know so many people that were like, at Michigan, he was that dude. I was like, I'm very good. What we got here? Is Rasheer Fleming still on the board? Ben Saraf. So they really using all these picks, huh? Okay. That's not a bad pickup late in the draft. I'm confused. They really gonna use all these picks, huh? I'm not mad at it. I mean, it ain't like they got a bunch of money on something, but like it definitely threw me off a little bit to see them this confident in every pick they got. Noah asking you on Twitter. Oh, I mean. So Ben Saraf and Noah Sengay played together. I mean, Brooklyn back on the clock. They not trade nobody, huh? Danny Wolf still being on the board is crazy right now. I guess this is actually nuts. Danny Wolf, a lot of emotion right now. A lot of emotion on Danny Wolf's face. And I'm assuming he didn't just get drafted by the Brooklyn Nets. I didn't think he was gonna drop this far. AK, go get this man's, bro. Go get this man's, bro. He about to be a demon, bro. He about to be a demon, bro. Go get this man's, bro. Go get this man's, bro. Go dominate with him. All you need is one call, bro. That's what's crazy. So many people don't get, bro. Like you be so worried or you be so embarrassed by a moment that don't happen that you thought was gonna happen. I should have went top 10. I should have went this. Like, you know how many moments I in my brain I should have been on top of somebody else that got an opportunity. You know what I mean? Like, don't worry about that, my boy. You know what I mean? Go out there and when you get your opportunity, go show them why you should kill. That's all that is. That's all that is, bro. Like it's greats that have had to wait. I mean, Jimmy Butler, one of the best players in the NBA right now, he had to wait, bro. Like, come on, bro. You got this, young fella. Stop playing with him. Not putting the camera on my boy, bro. Come on, dog. Y'all trying to make the bread off of this young man's misery right now. He in hell right now, bro. He got it. You got it, my boy. You got it. Come on, Danny. Come on, Danny. Boy, you about to accomplish your dream, bro. No matter what pick you get. He pissing me off with this whole draft rights thing. There you go, young fella. Danny Wolf going to Brooklyn. There you go, young fella. There you go, my boy. There you go, my boy. It's a good pick for Brooklyn. Brooklyn got a squad. It's a good pick for Brooklyn. Don't be worried about what moments you went, my boy. It's all about getting the opportunity. It only take one yes. It only take one yes. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Go out there and dominate, man. Go out there and dominate. I ain't gonna lie. If he was available for Boston, Boston would have killed. Shout out Danny Wolf, man. Got your name called. You get to go shake the commissioner hand. It don't matter how long you waited for it. Your dream is accomplished, man. That boy mad. He about to be a demon. He about to be a demon. That boy mad that he went this late. He about to be a demon. All right, let's see what the Bulls end up doing, or what Boston ended up doing here. I'm assuming Bulls done here. I mean, you got Boston, you got Phoenix, you got the Clippers. Now the Clippers were an interesting team to have a conversation on, but I don't know who the Bulls would take at this point. Boss says, since Sid was stolen, all your energy gone. Bring it back, Pat. Nah, man, we still vibing in here, man. We still vibing in here. I mean, it's the thing is, it's no more Bulls picks. That's really what happened. There's no more Bulls picks left. That's so cool too, man. Seeing a parent, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Hearing my mama call me when I be doing these TV shows and stuff like that, man. That must be so cool. That's cool. That's so cool, bro. His brother's so proud of him. Luco Gonzalez. Shout out to that, man. Hugo Gonzalez. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know nothing about Hugo. I ain't tapped into a single moment of Hugo Gonzalez tape. Rim protector. I saw none of that. Wait a minute. Hold on. This young man might be. Hey, wait a minute. This man might be a hooper. Oh, I thought he yammed that mud down. Hey, that's cool in the mud, bro. His brother was so excited for him, bro. I love that. I love that. I love that, bro. Mason Brown said, awesome to see the siblings supporting each other. Bro, I can't wait. Now, my brother always supports me. It's not that, but I just can't wait for moments like that, bro. Like, that's so cool, bro. That's so cool. Look, why? Bulls drafted a bum. How you know? How you know? How you know? You got a job as an NBA evaluator? Do you cover the sport for a living? How do you know? Because you don't know his name? Because you ain't watched no tape on him? How do you know? That's all I ask. How do you know? Bulls drafted a bum. How do you know? Mark Eversley is still talking. Are the Bulls talking right now? I didn't even know the Bulls was talking right now. Hold on. Bro, are the Bulls talking right now? I ain't heard nothing. I ain't seen nothing. Hold on. What are they talking on? Are they on YouTube with it? And if it must not be doing well because I can't even find a channel. Bulls Live. Okay, this one talking right now. Hold on, let me see. If he talking, we not trading back in, so we don't need this. Let me see if I can get this on here. Currently unavailable due to YouTube platform change. Oh wow. Uh Hold on. Both on YouTube and on Twitter. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know if y'all gonna be able to hear this or not. If not, I can turn my microphone around and just shut up and let it play through. But reaction vid. Nope, not that one. Display capture. Boom, boom. Okay. So I'm assuming everybody can see this, right? This is my YouTube. Now I don't know if this is going through my mic. Let me know if y'all can hear this. Can y'all hear this or no? Baki, can you hear it or no? Can't hear it? All right, hold on. So the first Can you hear it now? Let me know if you can hear it now. Can't hear it, Baki? Can you hear it now? Can't hear it? I bet. My bad. I don't know why my stuff is doing that all of a sudden where I can't play this. But clearly the Bulls are not gonna draft nobody else. Um and I can't even put it through because of the stuff. Yeah, still can't hear. I bet. It is what it is. I mean, like I listen to it. I mean, I'm sure all of us will listen to it. I'm sure they got it set up to where we none of us can hear it. If I want to stream it through on here as well, but it sounds like Bulls fans are not thrilled with him and the job that he has done to this point. I mean, I'm not surprised by it. I'm not as mad as some people are at the Noah Essengate pick, but I mean, it's one of those things that you got hella question marks on. I mean a ton of question marks. Apparently, also hit that like button, subscribe to the page, leave a 5-star review. Y'all know what to do. Yeah, man. I mean, my apologies. I was trying to get it so it could play through, but I don't know if it will. But hopefully they trade back in and go. There's still some good players on the board if you're the Chicago Bulls, so I'd be intrigued to see what they end up going to do with that. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm not as thrilled as some people are with the moves that the Bulls have made. But I do think that this is going to end up being a solid player for the Chicago Bulls. We'll see what ends up happening. We'll see what the Bulls end up doing in the long run. But hey, I appreciate y'all for tuning in and showing love as always. Hit that like button, subscribe to the page. Let me see. Is the draft technically over? I just stopped streaming it because of that. Liam McNeely ended up going 29. We got a few picks left. But can you play it off your phone? That's not a bad point there, Instro Music. I probably can play it off of my phone. Let me tap in and see if I can do that. Because technically, I can play Bluetooth off of my phone, but I don't know if you will be able to hear it in the stream. So we will see. And if we can, we can. If we can't, we can't. And we'll figure it out from there. But that is a heck of a good point there, Instro Music. Let me see here. Chicago Bulls media availability. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear this. If you can't, I understand.
There may be tough moments along
Can
the
y'all
way,
hear this?
but we believe in this path, and we appreciate the fans and you all sticking with us
Let me know if you can hear this.
as we take that next step. With that, I'll take your questions.
Hi, Mark, Casey Johnson.
You hear that, Baki? Okay.
Network. Can you just kind of take us through the pre-draft process with Noah, like when you guys first scouted him, like how much contact you had with him leading up to tonight?
So the first time I saw Noah,
Baki, you got to turn down the draft
September.
on the playback
He
side.
was 17 years old. Played in Portland. That's the first time I saw him live. Obviously, there are international scouts saw him play at the youth level several times. But we've seen him live many times. We've watched a lot of tape on him. And, we're excited about, his ability to come in and play our style of play. I think the coaching staff is excited about him, and we're looking forward to seeing him here in Chicago.
Mark, how you doing? Joe College, Chicago
Good.
Sun-Times. First thing, just to clear up the Billy thing, meaning you're not taking any questions on whether he was extended or not. Is that what that statement?
That's
means?
correct.
Okay. The second part with Noah, how much before that, leading up to that pick, how much talk was there about trying to move up? How much was there as far as you guys manipulating things to, or were you guys fine at 12 and that's the guy you guys mocked and thought that you would get?
We looked at several options, both moving up and moving back. We were in contact with 3 or 4 teams prior to us, but as we kind of saw the board coming down, when it got to 10 and 11, we felt comfortable that the player we wanted was going to be there for us.
Cap, bro. Cap.
Drew Stevens with the Bigs.
Okay.
Mark, in giving you your latest contract extension, what did Michael compliment you on, and what goals has he set for you and Arturas moving forward?
So as I stated earlier, we're not going to talk about contracts tonight per team policy.
Sure, but it's not about the contract. It's about, what do you feel like you guys did well, and what does he want you to kind of focus in on and shoot for moving forward?
So with respect to, expectations for us, it's to continue to build on what we've built. So as I mentioned earlier,
You ain't built
we're a team in
nothing, bro.
transition, and, we're all about bringing in young, dynamic, athletic players who can play the style of play that we want to play. And I think at the end of the day, if we continue to do that, we're going to build a team that's going to compete on a nightly and yearly basis.
Oh my God, bro. This like when Gar Foreman started
Mark,
talking.
in regards to Noah, when you kind of look at development for him this year, I know last year we saw kind of a little bit of like the slower approach with Matas.
Sure.
What do you envision, especially with his age, as kind of an appropriate timeline, an appropriate expectation for what he can contribute from day one?
So in terms of his development, he's going to have an off-court development plan and an on-court development plan. Being only 18 years old, growing up in France, there's going to be a period where he's going to need to assimilate to, not only how we do things here in Chicago, but really how we do things here in America. We're going to put together an off-court plan that helps him adapt to his new environment, both on the court and off the court. And that's going to start as early as this weekend.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Let me pause this real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. Chicago is the biggest melting pot in the country outside of New York City. What you got to figure out? What are we talking about him assimilating to? Do you think there's no French people in Chicago? We think there's no community for him in Chicago? What are you talking about, Mark? What are you talking about? She just asked you, when is this young man going to be expected to play basketball on the court? And you said he got to assimilate to Chicago. What does that have to do with putting a ball in the hole? Somebody tell me that. He's got to figure out how what do you need to figure out? If Ashland and freaking State Street run across from each other? What does he need to figure out? When do you expect him to put the basketball in the rim? Oh my God. Bro, he dumb. He's dumb. He's dumb. He's dumb. He's dumb. What do y'all need? What the heck? What did he just say? What did he just say? Oh my God, he's Gar. We got Gar. He's Gar. Oh my God. We got Gar Foreman. Bro, she asked him a question about when do you think he should get minutes on the floor? And this man said he's got to figure out Chicago. What? Did I hear that wrong? Chat, tell me if I heard that wrong. Tell me if I heard that wrong. Let me.
Where he's going to need to assimilate
Hold on.
plan and an on-court development.
Hold on.
An appropriate timeline, an appropriate
Hold on.
development for him this year. I know last year we saw.
Let me get the question.
Mark, in regards to Noah, when you kind of look at development for him this year, I know last year we saw kind of a little bit of like this slower approach with Matas.
Mhm.
What do you envision, especially with his age?
By the way, I hate Matas. His name is Modest. Like, this man is from here. Get his name right. All right, let's do it.
Kind of an appropriate timeline, an appropriate expectation for what he can contribute from day one.
So in terms of his development, he's going to have an off-court development plan and an on-court development plan. Being only 18 years old, growing up in France, there's going to be a period where he's going to need to assimilate to, not only how we do things here in Chicago, but really how we do things here in America. We're going to put together an off-court plan that helps him.
One more time.
Not only how we do things here in Chicago, but really how we do things here in America. We're going to put together an off-court plan that helps him adapt to his new environment, both on the court and off the court. And that's going to start as early as this weekend.
Jamal Collier from ESPN.
I'm going to get to you, Jamal. Shout out my colleague at ESPN. What the hell does that have to do with him putting a basketball in a basket in Chicago? What are you talking about? She asked you, when do you think this man can make an impact on the court? And he said he got to figure out how we do things in Chicago. What does that mean? I think this young man can be solid. I hate how. Shall we continue? Let's continue. I need to calm down.
And Mark, just with respect to the contracts, why sort of the lack of transparency with both Billy and kind of you and Arturis? Why sort of lack of transparency about discussing that?
Again, it's just team policy. You've been here longer than I have, and
Hold on.
that's always been the case. It's something that the team just doesn't comment on.
Cody Westrone with the Score. I think you got 12 players under contract. If you re-sign Giddey, I think that's 13. So with that kind of as the basis, just how much roster turnover do you guys expect to have this offseason?
So we're going to look at we'll look at the second night of the draft tomorrow night. We have 45. We need to make a decision at whether we're going to select that, pick or not. There's always an option to two-way or trade up, trade back, or completely get out. So if we get out tomorrow night, we'll be at 13, and then we'll look at free agency. So we'll continue to look at different options, whether that's trades, free agency next week or in a couple of weeks. And we'll continue to tinker with the roster.
And that's so for the second round, drafting and stashing a player overseas is in play for you guys as an option potentially?
It's potentially an option, yes.
John. Matt, it's going to John.
Matt, let's go to John.
When you look at John Greenberg, the Athletic, when you are looking at Essengay, what kind of player do you see? I mean, do you guys have projections of current players now that you see he could develop into? When you see a guy this young, like what's your imagination? Where does it take you?
I see him as a two-way player who can impact the game both offensively and defensively. His ability to get to the free throw line and play downhill is super intriguing to us. I think he'll be able to be a versatile wing defender. I think his game is a little bit similar to Matas in that, he can face up, he can post you up, he can get out on the break. His game's just very versatile.
You like having that kind of
Bro, I can't do it. I'm trying. I'm trying my best to finish this out. This man said, I think he can impact the offense and the defense. I think he can play downhill. Bro. Oh my God, he's Gar. Oh my God, he's Gar. I think he can impact the offense and the defense. So you think he can play basketball? You're going to have some kind of impact one way or the other. I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'm trying my best to get through this without pausing it because I don't want to prolong this. But the general manager of the Chicago Bulls just said, I think he can impact the offense and the defense. How? And again, nothing at no Essengay. This is all at the Bulls front office. You could have kept Gar and got Tyrese Halliburton.
I don't want to say repetition, but like you say, if his game's like Matas, you like having that kind of those two guys with the same skill sets?
I do. I like the length, the versatility, the ability to be switchable on defense. Those are all intriguing qualities.
All right, that's on me.
You talked about
he explained it more as the question went on. That's on me. That's my bad.
What your
My
takeaway
bad.
was from
I'm still beefing with
Indiana,
everything he said,
watching
but that's my
the way
bad.
the run they made to the finals. They're on a team with a bunch of superstars and such. Made this run, and then the injuries that have kind of happened at Tatum that opened up the East and such. Just what do you take away from the way the playoffs? Does that make you guys inclined to be more aggressive or inclined to change a plan when you see how the conference shapes out?
I think the thing I take away from Indiana is just their style of play. they continue to come at you over and over and over. They play fast, in spite of what the score is, what quarter it is. And I think that's kind of how we played a little bit this year. They've got a bunch of players who can play on both sides of the floor, and that's exactly what we want to build here in Chicago, is players who are versatile, both offensively and defensively. You can't hunt any of their players. Everybody can guard, everybody can defend, everybody can run, everybody can make a shot.
Mark, Matt Zahn from CBS Chicago. Jamal touched on it a little bit, but does the fact so many injuries in East, it seems like the conference is a little more wide open. Does that change at all the way you attack this offseason, feeling like there's almost a window open at this point?
There's definitely, more opportunities for teams to take a jump. There's certainly teams who have taken a step back. I think for us, we need to remain diligent and pragmatic about how we build this. We don't want to skip steps. And I think sometimes when you do skip steps, expectations kind of build and you make mistakes. And I don't think we want to do that.
Will Gottlieb, CHGO. Just on that, in terms of timeline and process, how do you kind of view the timeline of where things are headed in terms of getting back to a point where you're maybe in the playoffs, earnest, or in the top four? Is that going to be something that you think is going to be like a more, multi-year process, or is that something that you think you're going to try to kind of get to more rapidly?
I think we're just going to continue to focus on player development, and we've established a style of play offensively. I think the next iteration of this is really identifying who we are defensively and how we can improve. For our young players, I'll use Modest as an example. Modest, the second half of the season was terrific. I think everybody in the room would agree. How does he now respond to being on the scouting report? What is he doing this summer to work on his game, knowing that he will be on the scouting report?
So Modest was never on a
And I
scouting
think to a
report.
man,
Whole second half of the year. Never on a
everybody
scouting
the roster
report.
needs to take that type of mindset. How do I get better this summer? How do I continue to support my teammates? And I think if that's the mindset, we're not going to put timelines on it. I don't think that's the approach.
Mark, Joe Colley, sometimes again. I know you brought up the Pacers, and not that there's a comparison. One of the things you said is you can't hunt guys on their team. Your team, there's guys that can be hunted. That was shown by Miami. That was shown. So, A, how big of a concern is that? And B, the question I've asked for the last couple of years, you guys keep talking about, building depth, but at the end of the day, you still need that dude. Where are you guys going to find that dude? It just seems like you guys don't have a plan to land that kind of guy.
I think there's different paths, Joe. I think, internal development is the way we're going to attack that. I think if you look at, somebody like Modest last year, nobody thought he would finish the year he did. Now, I'm not putting any kind of undue expectations on Modest, but
We all thought that, but
there's
you didn't
other
want to
players
play him
in
for the
this
first
building
half
on
of the
this
year.
team who, if they continue to develop, continue to work on a daily basis, they may get there. And we have the resources in place, the coaching staff, player development to support that.
But the mindset is still not going to be you need as talented a top pick as you
Hey, go
can
get him,
You
Joe.
have to do what you can to put yourself in that position.
I think we just need to continue with our internal development plan. And,
Your
at
internal
some point,
development plan has
you're
been
gonna be able
cheese,
to
bro.
turn that. And I don't know when that is or what that looks like. I understand where you're going.
No, he's asking you the questions that need to be asked.
Mark, on the one hand, Modest obviously played 80 games last season. You kind of know what you have. On the other hand, he likes to play basketball.
I understand
assume
where
he's
you're
gonna
going.
be at
Bro,
least
he's
practicing
asking you
with
what you
the
need to be
summer league,
asked.
team. Will he also play in Vegas?
Plan is for him to play with the summer league team. Go to training camp with the summer league team. He will play. We're just not sure how many games he will play.
Oh my God, this, bro, I'm about to spaz out. The plan is for him to play with the summer league team. No, duh. We don't know how many games he's gonna play. All of them. Let me finish this out, bro, because I've been and flipped the table on this man's, bro. Like, what are we talking?
Mark, have you guys hired a new director of player development or a shooting coach?
We have not.
Are there plans to?
We have promoted somebody internally to join the player development crew. We've got 4 guys who we have the utmost confidence in to continue what that program has been able to establish. If there's any indication of how well they're doing, we've had 10 to 12 guys in the gym every single day. Our gym is.
Oh my God, you have 10 to 12 guys in the gym.
Our players want to work, and we've created an environment to where they want to work, is something that we're very proud of. Our gym is busy every single day.
Is it?
And it's a direct reflection of Billy's guidance, overseeing that player development department. And, you know, I'm really, really proud of what they've done this summer.
Get this man off the stage, bro. He done? Thank you. Thank you for shutting him up. Is that it? That's it? Bro, before I get out of here, bro, I need y'all to understand something. They have 10 to 12 guys on the, I had to throw the glass. They had 10 to 12 guys on the stage. Or in the gym. 10 to 12 guys in the gym. Here's my problem with this. There's not 12 guys that are still in Chicago. There's not 12 Chicago Bulls right now that are still in Chicago. There's maybe 4. Who are these 12 dudes? What you got? Adama Sanogo coming back? Did you bring back EJ Liddell? We got 10 to 12. There's not 12 guys still in the gym. It's not 12 dudes in the city. There's not 12 dudes in the city. We really like how Billy Donovan promoted. Bro, shut up. What are we talking about? Because you clearly are not talking about the players on the team. You're clearly not talking about bro. Let me get up out of here, man. Hey, man. Appreciate y'all for tuning in and showing love. Hit that like button, subscribe to the page, leave a 5-star review. Y'all know what to do. If y'all want to see the continued crash out, I'm gonna be live over on Locked On Bulls. Y'all stay safe out of Chicago. See Red Nation. Stand up. Peace.